4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
This is Leicester Till I Die TV. Watch and subscribe on YouTube and listen on your podcast platform.
Almost perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome along. Feeling a little bit chirpy because we had a win the other day. Feeling a little bit absolutely knackered. God knows what I'm going to be saying tonight. I'll be calling Sheffield United, Sheffield Wednesday. I'll probably be calling us all the names under the sun. I'm very fragile. And obviously there's a reason why I'm fragile, as indeed is my co-host this evening. It's a case of Happy New Year, everybody.
Hi, this is Chris from Leicester Till I Die. Thank you for watching and listening. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Tom.
Happy New Year to you, Chris, and Happy New Year to everyone else in the chat as well. And welcome to this week's episode of What Leicester City Will Turn Up Today, especially now we've got the new year.
Exactly. And welcome along to everybody in the chat, and Happy New Year, as you say to them as well. Hi to Stuart. Hi to Gray. How you doing, Gray? Highfields is in. Hello, Highfields. Be interesting to see where you're tuning in from today. Are you sure you're not on the witness protection scheme, Highfields? I said that a couple of years ago, but every time he tunes in, he's in a different place. Wayne is in. How you doing, Wayne? Treacles, eh? That's probably what some of our players are playing in. Ray is in. Andreas is in. Hello, everybody. Everybody's saying hello to everybody else. And the transfer window's open. Yes, look, the team's going across the bottoms, but let's not... let's get into it straight away. There are several games. Several games being played. They're all being played today, aren't they? Interestingly, Wrexham won earlier.
They did, yeah. It was a fantastic start to the day, them getting a 2-0 win away at Blackburn, who have hit that dodgy run of form again, Chris, haven't they? So, once again, the Championship, doesn't matter what year it is, 2025 or 2026, there's a surprise around every corner of this league, isn't there? And it was a start for that today.
And to be honest with you, we need to try and keep teams like Blackburn Rovers that are struggling. We want to keep them below us, because at the moment for us, as I've said, it's all about getting points on the board. But let's just go through. I mean, Bristol City, Bristol City 4, and there's about 80 minutes gone in most of the games, are leading Portsmouth, say 4-0. Charlton and Coventry are drawing. Wow.
Yes, big one.
Yeah. Coventry were 1-up. Come on, you addicts. Charlton have pulled it back. Middlesbrough losing again. Wow. Unreal. Hull are losing to Stoke. Ipswich are beating Oxford.
It is what it is. I'm a Leicester fan, don't forget, Chris. Leicester's my main priority.
Oh, yeah, no, it is with me with Charlton as well, but you just kind of get these likings for different reasons. I've only just been able to let places I was working at 20 years ago, towns where I worked, like Bolton and Blackburn and what have you, I've just let them go. Preston are up against Sheffield Wednesday. QPR are losing to Norwich. Southampton and Millwall are drawing. Swansea beating West Brom. Watford stuffing Birmingham 3-0. At the moment, as it stands, it's all pretty much going our way, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, it's interesting you talk about the teams below us who want to keep below us. The one I'd look at is Norwich, and Norwich obviously need to get 3 points today because that gap that they've not really been able to close it, have they, from getting out of that bottom three yet? They've got to crack on with it. So for them leading away at QPR, that is one we probably don't want because we want to keep these teams well away from us, don't we? We're so in the middle.
Yes, yeah. I mean, we need definitely 3 teams to be worse than us, and I think Norwich, I think, are turning it round, but you've got Sheffield Wednesday, Oxford, Portsmouth, Blackburn, and possibly Charlton. So you've got 5 teams there that will do it. Before we get on to our team, just to briefly touch on it, better Leicester City news. Apoko has extended his loan at Newport.
This is interesting.
Yeah, but no news on Braybrook at the moment.
That was exactly my angle because it's exactly the same football club. One's been announced and one hasn't.
Yeah. The other obviously interesting news is that he lasted longer than I said he would, because I said he'd be out 12 months ago, ready to finish off pantomime. Mr. Maresca has gone at Chelsea.
Yeah, bizarre one, isn't it? He doesn't handle the politics that happens in football clubs behind the scenes very well, does he? He's a strong character, and I think he actually brought a lot of stability to Chelsea. At the time, you could argue they jumped around a few different types of managers and not really got anywhere. So I think it's a bit of a shame, actually, even though the Chelsea fans had similar concerns about the style of football. But I do wonder if it's a long-term thing. He'll end up at Man City in 6 months.
Well, that Pep's out a job at the end of the year. I noticed 1 or 2 people were saying send him back to Leicester. I wouldn't want him back. I think what I've seen now is, he's one of those managers throws his toys out the pram if he doesn't get his own way.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. And also you kind of got the thing I think Russell Martin had at Southampton, which is that when Enzo was in charge of us the first time, you could argue the players we had then 2 years younger, 3 years younger than what they are now, could play the way he wanted incredibly well. They could execute that system well. I think when Southampton got to the Premier League under Martin, they couldn't execute his system anymore. The quality wasn't there versus what they were up against. I think if Enzo came back in here, we wouldn't have the quality to play the way he wanted.
And I think if Enzo had stayed, to be honest with you, I think we would have gone down. And I think he probably knew that himself. But yeah, I don't think he should be coming back to us. But as I say, we think we all seem to know where he's going, don't we?
Yeah. I think realistically, he's going to be out of our bracket now. Unfortunately, I mean that's not to be down on us too much, but I think he's going to have many opportunities coming his way. Ex-Chelsea manager, it happens to all these guys once they take on a big job, right?
Yeah, and it's interesting because he got them into the Champions League.
Won the Conference League, yeah.
Won the Conference League and won the Super Bloody Cup.
He did, exactly.
No, it wasn't the Super Cup, was it? Sorry, it was the World Club Championship.
Yeah, that's it. They won the whole lot, didn't they? They beat everyone. Yeah, and there's a good comment here from Gray. What Chelsea don't realise is the team isn't that good, and he's right. I think part of the problem is he wanted a new centre back when Colwell got injured right at the start of the season. He didn't get it. He had to promote Ashipong from the reserves. And I think that's knocked his nose sideways, like you say. And Enzo likes it his way, or it's the highway. And today he's chosen the highway. So there you go. Interesting
timing, but. I got the time of year right, just the actual year itself wrong. But interesting he's gone when he's won everything for them. But I just think with Chelsea, they are turning into a little bit into Manchester United. Oh my God, we need to go out and buy the best players, and then oh my shit, they don't play well together. But
they're very hindered by PSR, don't forget, Chris. I mean, they got away with it because they sold assets to themselves. Otherwise, it would have been 300 quid overspent. They've not been able to spend money because that is catching up to them now. So that's the interesting part of this. To him to go now, and obviously he would have left rather than them paying him compensation the way it sounds. That's interesting for me because whoever's come in has got to make this group work.
It has, and like you say, they found that there was mistakes in the accounts, and they've come out and admitted it. But look, that's enough Enzo talk. Let's have a look at the team today. Interesting, shall I say? When I looked at this, I actually just repeated last week's starting 11, and I stuck Ricardo in. But
Which is what I've been doing for weeks, and we've normally been right. So today is probably the most interesting team selection of the season so far.
Yeah, and I feel really bad because I've dropped his name off the bottom there, so do forgive me. But look, let's talk. Chowdhury's on the bench.
Yeah, the swap out for Ricardo, the usual.
Yeah, but that's the thing, I mean, Ricardo came on. Look, I'm still not impressed with him, Ricardo. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking, like, what the hell is he doing in our squad?
Yeah, I know what you mean. The problem with it is that before, like a year ago or 2 years ago, he was coming on or he was starting games, and he was generally speaking in the top 2 or 3 players every game, wasn't he? Yes. Irrelevant of his fitness issues, he would still be in that top 3 or 4 players for Leicester City. The problem is recently he has been one of these players that actually been in the bottom 2 or 3 certain games. And I don't know if that's just the age or the everything catching up to him a bit now. But there was an argument, if you think Chowdhury started the season at right back, should we have stuck with Hamza throughout it a bit longer, really? Bear in mind how Ricardo obviously isn't going to be the future for us now.
No, I mean, it is a very good question. And unfortunately, look, we all love him, but sometimes, you have to, children, as much as we love them, grow up and leave the nest. At least Chowdhury's on the bench, so it's obviously not serious.
No, that's it, exactly. Yeah, because we don't need any more injuries. We've got a small enough first-team squad as it is at the moment.
Well, I was going to ask you that, because he wants a small squad.
Yeah, some managers prefer it.
And I guess he's got less players to keep happy. So I kind of get it, but it can get you when you're getting a few injuries and suspensions and what have you.
Well, I mean, I think that to me shows you part of the problem with Leicester City Football Club, and that it's a very nice, noble idea. But in order to execute that plan successfully, you need to have a very good fitness group behind you, very good coaches, very good, physios, and you need to have the sports science in place where you can navigate all these games, 2 games in a week sometimes, Chris, and get through that with a smaller squad. We used to be able to do it a decade ago. We had a small squad then and we won the Premier League. I know that was a complete, but I think realistically, it's not something we've got behind the scenes right now. If I wanted that, I'd want to make sure we had that facility in place first. So it's a bit of a dangerous game, this, because there are certain players like Jordan James we really can't afford to lose right now.
Indeed. The rest of the back 3 pretty much picks itself at the moment. And if this was the back 3 going forward for the rest of the season, I'm presuming that we'd not gone out and bought another left back. I think a right back is probably more important for us to buy. Because I think with Ricardo and Hamza, well, we don't know how bad Hamza's injury is, or say he's back on the bench. But I wouldn't be sorry, certainly with those 2 at centre back.
No, but it's interesting because we talked about this a few weeks ago before you went on holiday. We said, do we wonder if long term?
Did I go on holiday?
I think you did, Chris. I think you went to somewhere very warm and exotic at the time of year where it was very cold and miserable in this country.
You know how well you did while I was away.
Yeah, well, I kind of remember. It's a bit of a haze, to be honest.
Well, we might call upon you towards the end of January as well. So,
there we go, guys. There you go, off the subs bench again and back into the manager's dugout.
Exactly. I do apologise. Carry on, mate.
My point is that I raised this a few weeks ago, a month ago, even beyond that, and I said I wonder if long term we're going to have a back 4 of Ricardo, Okoli, Nelson, and Thomas, because Vestergaard is the key sticking point here, isn't he? And it's good he's on the bench today because we need a centre back option on the bench, which obviously Wout Faes isn't being involved, which is a good thing as well. But I'm not surprised to see we've got here. Is obviously the Caleb Okoli injuries held us up in this process, but the system we want to play is going to suit having an Okoli better than a Vestergaard. But we just got to hope Caleb can improve his passing range. That is one thing he's got to do to be able to make this work.
Thing is, whoever comes in will be saying on one hand, oh yeah, he's a lot quicker than Yannick. Yeah. And on the other hand, it'll be a case of, well,
his passing's a bit
Yannick,
Yeah, it's true, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's a shame we can't merge the 2 of them together. Have the pace of Okoli with the strength and physicality and the passing range of Vestergaard, because then we'd be sorted. But I did suggest, I think we needed to get to this point anyway, because I think the way Marty wanted to play, and when he was starting to lose the dressing room a bit, you could see players weren't committing to the forward pressing element of the game he wanted. And a lot of that was Vestergaard was getting caught out now and again. And I said we had to consider this if we wanted to play this system. So I'm glad to see we got here, Chris, anyway.
Yeah. Luke Thomas, like I say, Christensen's still injured, probably going, to be honest with you. I mean, Yannick, we've still got a year left on his contract, but of course we've got Suter coming back. And
Yeah.
I would love to see Suter being given a decent run in our team.
Yeah, I think he's got an opportunity for it, because I think the way this suggests today, and we've had it mentioned in the chat as well with, how things are lining up today. There's a lot of indicators today of where the club is going into January.
Yes.
Like, I know we'll get to it a bit more forward position later, but Carranza's not on the bench today. FaZe isn't on the bench today, right? No Sumare, no Winks. We can see some potential departures coming here, right? And the good thing about having Suter is that it frees us up to sell FaZe, which is something we're going to have to do. We're going to have to sell someone to be able to generate some money to maybe be able to.
He wants to go. His national manager wants him to go.
We want him to go.
We want him to go. Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Right. Two defensive midfielders. Oh, can I just say, by the way, sorry, just going back, when we did the watch along for the Derby game, which we actually won when I was here. I just want to know.
You did. You and Wayne did it.
Yeah. A lot of people went for Jordan James as their man of the match, understandably. I actually went for Ben Nelson.
Did you?
As indeed, in fairness, did Brad. And as I said, Brad said the same. Everything that came into the box,
that would.
He got his head on the end of. And James was good. He would have normally probably got my vote. But the thing with Jordan James is, you expect him to be good.
That's right, exactly. Yeah, Jordan James has raised the bar for himself now, because he's been carrying the entire football club on his back for months.
No, he has. He has.
He must have a bad back by now, Jesus.
Yeah, as much as that, was it Hartlepool we lost to? I can't remember in the cup.
Hartlepool? I don't think we played Hartlepool.
Who did we play in the cup? I can't remember.
Oh, God, Chris, I try and censor out this year in my head as much as possible. Which cup are we talking about? The Carabao Cup, or are we talking about...
And Nelson had a bad game.
Oh, Huddersfield,
that was it. As much as he had that was a defining game for him. I think that last one against Derby was defining for him as well. As I say, on that one, he did well. Look, Jordan James, we've nothing left to say about him, have we?
No, apart from sign him up, please sell FaZe and sign him up as soon as possible.
It would be lovely to actually say, January, we're actually going to sign him. But I want to talk Oliver Skipp. I mean, he's the captain of the redemption team, isn't he, at the moment?
He is, yeah, and it's funny because the work rate that he has put into this has been very crucial alongside Jordan James. I think that's where we've actually developed our game this season, because I think JJ was doing a lot of the work earlier, right? And he still does, but the difference was there wasn't someone alongside him who would put in the running of the legs right in the yards. Yeah, it's 5-0, Chris. I just saw that pop up. Yeah.
That's what I was going.
His reaction, because we're both watching the same thing, guys. It was went 5-0 to Bristol City over Portsmouth, so it was just like a bit of a shock. But no, I think since Skip's come back in, I think the thing which is nice about it, he's really simplified his game. He's made his game much more simple. It's about him putting yards in. And as that's developed, Chris, over the past few weeks, the confidence in his positioning and his reading of the game is getting better and better and better. So I'm delighted. Being our longest contracted player at the football club, he's the guy we had to make work. And the fact that he's coming round to it now and he's found himself as the starting name alongside Jordan James, I think credit to him. Well done to him.
And I've credited that down to the fact that Skip's been nowhere near the team.
Really? Do you think the freshness of him coming in has made a difference?
No, I think the fact that, he's actually been sometimes when, it's throw the baby in the swimming pool, does he sink, does he swim, sort of thing. And I think it was all, we always looked at Winks +1. And then when we got James, it was Winks and James. Dropping Winks, and funny enough, the first game, Samari looked better than he normally does. When he wasn't playing alongside Winks. And Skip, I just think not having Winks there has released him to say, right, well, I can do this and I can do that. And maybe Skip, in a way, being the senior of the two players that used to play together. Skip's not having to carry Marty or Winks. But I think it's a case of, if Wink was to turn around and say, get over there, Skip, he would do, I think Winks not being in the team means that Skip can do, Skip has come through.
Yeah, I think there's an interesting angle there because Harry Winks, I think like the more this has gone on now with him out of the team, the more I think the fans have probably appreciated that he was doing a very good job of making people think that he was doing incredibly well at times, but actually he was just completely hindering the entire squad by all accounts.
Yeah. And again, that's why Marty's paid the big money.
That's it. You got to make those big decisions, and like we do you know what? It's funny, Chris, because we said this at the start of the season. He was going to have to make some big decisions on which players to trust, and I'll give him some credit. The fact he trusted Sumari and Winks for as long as he did, and tried to get something out of them, but it nearly cost him his job post that Derby game, didn't it? If we lost that Derby game, the first one, then he would have been gone. Then I would have thought, but
well, he could well have been. I just say to anybody, by the way, this is just purely plain Coke.
Is it flat Coke, Chris, to make your stomach feel better?
Oh God, yeah. I wish. I started at 3 yesterday. I was on the ciders. Then my mate said, "Come on," he says, let's have something special to end, the drinks with. I ended up having my newly discovered favourite drink, Baileys.
Oh, well, you're on the Baileys. Jesus, watch out. My gran used to get rampant on that.
I'll be shagging me pillow later on. But no, and then I came back home and I was back on the ciders and I'd bought a bottle of, because I discovered Baileys. Everybody's going about chocolate orange Baileys. You've got to have chocolate. You've got to try Terry's chocolate orange Baileys. It's lovely. And I was down in Aldi, and they do their own brand, which a lot of people have said is very, very good. And I looked at there, and I went, oh my God, there is a mint choc chip Baileys, or their equivalent.
Yeah, sounds dangerous.
And Carol, who was with me, and Colin, he said, "Yeah, I'll try it," because he hadn't had it before. I hadn't had it before, and Carol's going, "No, I don't like I don't like mint. No, it's not for me." She had quite a few glasses to test it, I can tell you.
I think I've got a taste for it now after the 10th one.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't quite get up that high, but we enjoyed ourselves. Let's just say. Gray said you was on the Black Velvets last night. Oof. Oh no, I don't know. But look again. Fatawu, Dakova Reed. Obviously, Ramsey's injured himself again. He could go back in January. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I brought this up a few weeks ago again, and a few people shouted me down. But I did say the only downside to Ramsey is he could have been a wasted investment for us because we are gambling on the fact he can stay fit, and to see him in the last game come on the pitch and then immediately be gone. That's the stuff of nightmares, isn't it? It makes you think we should be invested that in someone else. I'm sorry, it does.
I mean, in fairness, I think had he been fully fit, Burnley would not have let him go out.
Probably true. He'd be playing for Burnley. Yeah.
He'd been out last season with his ACL. He'd been out. Sorry, I'm just laughing at what Gray said. I'm getting there, but me and Tom were like, thank God this wasn't the first kickoff of the day.
I'm surprised I'm be able to speak coherently today, Chris. To be honest,
I know. Anyway, so so. But he had started to play. He'd played in the Coca-Cola Cup for Burnley, or Fizzy Pop Cup, whatever it is these days, Caribou. And he was sent to us to get match fitness. Problem is, when you have had an injury, as we know with Ricardo, especially with an ACL, hamstrings usually follow, I believe. So
pressure moves, down to the next one.
It served well for us, and it served well for him, but. Look, there's 5 months of the season left now. I think Hey Legions, indeed, we talked about that earlier. Then I was going to say, it's put me off now. I think now we've got to look and say how much football will we get out of him in the rest of the season. Should we look at putting Bobby Dakova Reed in that position, because let's be honest with you, he's let nobody down, and then facilitate Louis Page? Do we actually need anybody back in?
Yeah. I think you've got a fair point, because this is the point that I've put the football club all season, about Aluko in particular, one of the fullback positions, right? We need to start giving these players minutes, because certain players aren't going to be here forever, including Ramsey, because I don't think by any account he'll be staying at the end of this season, even if he does make it till the summer, Chris, because you can't rely on someone who's going to want a decent amount of wage as well, because he's been paid well, and he can't keep his fitness up, unfortunately. It's a shame for him, because he's such a young lad as well, and there's a lot of potential there that's probably going to go by the wayside, because unfortunately when you've had that major injury, it can ruin your career. It's been my worry with Monger and people this season, if you lean on them too early, right? So yeah, I think you're right. We've got to start looking at blooding in people, and we've got Marcel on the bench today as well. We'll get to the bench, which is interesting. So that's another step in that
Before
direction.
we come on to our striker, let's do some, because a lot of these are full times now. So earlier on today, it was Blackburn 0, Wrexham 2. Bristol City 5, Portsmouth 0. Charlton 1, Coventry 1. Fair play to Charlton there. Derby 1, Middlesbrough 0. Middlesbrough really, Coventry are slipping up. They lost last week, they drew this week, and Middlesbrough they've lost 2. They haven't taken advantage at all. Hull City 0, Stoke City 1.
They've got 17 minutes of injury time. 17.
I'm going to say that's on 99 at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to go to. Yeah,
that one is a bit of a tale of two cities, though, isn't it?
It is a little bit, Chris. Well done. Straight in there with the dad jokes to start a new year, everyone. Both of the cities.
Well, why not? Ipswich Town 2, and I'm sorry, Tom, Oxford United 1.
Yeah.
Preston North End 3, Sheffield Wednesday 0. I feel so sorry for Sheffield Wednesday fans this season. Queen's Park Rangers 1, Norwich 2. Southampton 0, Millwall 0. Swansea 1, West Brom, who we've got obviously Monday night, 0. And then Watford 3, Birmingham City 0. And look, I'm going through that, and that backs me up that anybody can beat anybody this season. If you look at those, you couldn't predict it, could you? Leicester were in 12th. We've now gone back down to 13th because Queen's Park Rangers have gone above us. But look, we're on 34 points. The teams below us, West Brom lost. Charlton only managed to draw. Blackburn lost. Portsmouth got walloped. Norwich won. Oxford lost. Sheffield Wednesday lost. So, in a way, it's not been a bad weekend for us, and we've not played yet. If we win today, we would get 37 points, and that would take us up to 11th. So it's not going to jump us right up there unless we go and win 7-0 or something. But
I very much doubt that will happen. Bear in mind, this is a team that put 2 past us in 5 minutes last time we played them. So, but once again, we started the episode with it. It really truly depends what Leicester turns up today, doesn't it, Chris?
100%.
Because we just don't know. We can't predict it. They can't predict it. Their Sheffield United fans are like, oh, God, if they're worried about this, we should be worried,
Yeah. I've got to say, though, I might not be much good at predicting scores, but I'm actually quite good at predicting players leaving. Carranza.
Yes, I know.
Daka has come back, and Daka's made it onto the bench, and he hasn't. It's a case of he'll be going loco in Acapulco soon, won't he?
Well, yeah, well said, mate. Well said. Either that, he will definitely be enjoying Mexico, won't he, for the next 4 years of his career? Because apparently believed to be around, I think, 3.7 million euros or something, or 3 million euros. And he's going to be going back to Feyenoord and then making the move to Necaxa in Mexico. So, and I think that's where it was going to end up. I mean, not seeing him on the bench today is just a confirmation of the rumours we've been hearing all week. And unfortunately, we gave him a chance. It's not a case of a situation where he didn't get 4 or 5 games in a row to start, because he did. And he, unfortunately, even after those 5 games, just looked off the boil for this level of football, unfortunately. So best of luck to him.
Yeah. And I said at the start that I have no faith in American footballers at all. There's very few that are, that have been any good.
I can think of one that's come from the MLS to Europe who's done well, and that's...
There was a Derby years ago, wasn't there?
I was thinking of the Bayern Munich left back, the Canadian chap Alphonse, who came from Vancouver. He's very good.
Oh, he's Canadian. That's different, you see.
Yeah.
I was thinking when we beat Derby in the playoff final, they had somebody up front for them that was American. But, I can count the number of decent American players on one hand, and I've lost 3 fingers on one of them. So
we can bring this up with Jim later on when Jim's on, guys, because there's a lot of good American players out there now, but they are spread all over the globe. It's true.
All I'll say is 2 words: Nathan Opoku.
Yeah, but are they technically American? I mean, technically Carranza's Argentinian for first one, isn't it? Just because he's played in the MLS.
Yeah, but it's as good as for me.
Casey Keller, good shout. Casey Keller was my idol growing up.
Yes, I'll give you that, but yeah, so you're going to all shoot. Paul Pescalino, did he ever actually, apart from shagging Karen Brady, did he really do much? You're going to shoot me down now with all these American players, and you just ruined my fact that this guy was no good for us.
Well, we'll see how they do in the World Cup. I reckon they'll surprise some people in the World Cup this year. They'll probably make the final 8.
But I've got to say, like you say, I wasn't impressed with him. All right, everybody, I get what you're saying here. It was a comment.
Pandora's box has been opened now, Chris. You've done it.
Hasn't it? It was because I thought that Carranza was bloody useless when he was on the pitch. Like you say, out of his depth. I know he's from Argentina, but he's come back from America. And yeah, I wish I fucking said a word now. But let's move on. Congratulations to Silko Thomas. His first start as in a league game. He's looked good. I mean, I would have maybe preferred to see him on the wing, but he's done nothing wrong to say that he can't play that role.
No, and he has played as a striker before, and I think that this is an interesting experiment tonight, Chris, that we probably need to face at some point, because what do we do about the Carranza situation? I know it's a minor situation. He's going to go back and go somewhere else, but it does leave us a striker down. So we need to see, really, rather than just chucking Dakarak in there today, I kind of like it. What's the worst that can happen? Silko can be a little bit, say, quieter. He doesn't get involved in the game like we like him to. That's not any different than Ayu's been at times this season, or Daka particularly. But at least we're going to know by giving him an opportunity. And coming off the bench the last couple of games in particular, he's looked the most sharpest he has this season so far. So now's the time to do it. And we'll see if he can step up into a position where he can play as a striker for us. If he can't, then we're going to have to do something in January. But I think that's why we've seen this movement today.
Well, let's not forget Mikel Antonio.
Yeah, well, what is happening with that? Because I've not even heard if he's still at the club anymore. So
he's still at the club. The last I'd heard was both sides are sort of deciding what they want to do. I just hope that Mikel Antonio doesn't think like, oh, I'm better now, and a big team will come in for me. Because
you watch him sign for Brentford or something on a free transfer.
Funny you should mention Brentford, because he was at Brentford training before he came to us, and Brentford turned down the chance to sign him. Interesting.
So, but then I do wonder, because it was 4 breaks in that leg, 4 breaks in that accident last year. That's a lot. It
is, but breaks do heal.
It's true. It's not as bad as a muscle injury, potentially, as long as your leg doesn't, grow back in the wrong direction or something.
It's 4 breaks. I mean, it's all in the same leg. I don't know if that's particularly good or bad. I don't know. But, is that any worse than an ACL?
Well, this is it. But then I look at this and I go, look, if Silko Thomas can come in and play a role, we talked about the fullback positions earlier on. We were talking about this team. You're saying how you kind of want another right back to come in to cover Ricardo. I'd argue probably left back is probably slightly more important, because right now Thomas is the only player we got for left back, with Christensen being out.
We've got Aluko there.
Yeah, but Aluko played terrible at left back the one time he played him. He got a straight red, Chris, inside 30 minutes. He's more of a right back.
No, he got 2 yellows.
Oh, yeah, 2 yellows, not a straight red. You are correct. I apologise. That was my brain not working after yesterday.
Like I said right at the start, anything goes today. It doesn't matter what we say. We're not going to be on it. I'm just looking at Silko Thomas on transfer market. Main position right winger, other position left winger. But look, it's Dion Dublin started as a striker, ended up, as a defensive, midfielder.
As a centre back for us, Dion, didn't he? Big Dion.
Yeah. You got But you look at some of these players, and they do develop into different roles. And maybe he's look. We know he knows where the net is, and he wasn't. All right, he was. Thing is, he was in the right place to score that rebound for the penalty.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, good positioning.
And it's a case of doing that, isn't it? And if he's pretty decent, and then you've got AU maybe coming on to fall over and get us some free kicks and break the game up, or Daka to come on and run at a tired defence. I don't know, but no. Good luck to Silko Thomas, and fair play to Marty. Although if it goes wrong, we'll probably be shouting him out. But fair play to Marty for having the balls to pick him. Basically.
Yeah, it'd be one of those arguments like we always get, which is like we want to see the youngsters, but if he doesn't go out and perform today, we're like, why is he playing him, right? But then I kind of go, well, why not today? Why not? What's the worst that can happen? He can go out there, have another nothing going on sort of game, be completely ineffective, right? But then we know. Yeah, we need to know now where Carranza going, so I'm happy with it.
Yeah, no, me too, because we can't scream for these players to be given a chance and then moan when they are.
Exactly, yeah, and we're going to see some outs, aren't we? And I mean, and the good thing from my perspective is, Chris, seeing the bench there, not seeing Sumare, not seeing FaZe, not seeing Winks, that's progress.
Well, look, there is the bench. In minute detail, I do hope next season that bloody Leicester sort out their social media posts. Look, Leicester, come and get me. because these have been fucking awful all season. Whoever it is needs to be sacked. Maybe FaZe is doing it on the side. I don't know, but they're bloody awful. But there you go. Bekovic in goal, and I wouldn't have minded seeing him back today, to be honest with you. Vestergaard is back, but on the subs bench, because obviously he did have a bit of an injury. And we've got him for another year as well, so it's a year and a half we've got left with Vestergaard. So, if we can sell him, yeah, I think we need to. But if nobody comes in for him, I wouldn't cry, to be honest with you.
No, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, what I'm going to say is, look at the youth on the bench: Aluko, Page, Marcel, Monga.
Yeah, beautiful, isn't it, Chris? Beautiful. And like I said to you, no Sumare, no Winks. Do you remember then? It's funny about Skip is, Skip's now starting. There was that period where Skip was getting picked every week for the bench, and I was going, well, why is he picking him for the bench? He's never bringing him on. I mean, and we were having players who were on the bench before that we wouldn't even consider bringing on for any reason. And now we seem to be moving away from that by people like Page being there, Marcel getting back in, having another opportunity. Hey, he's very rough around the edges, but there might be something there in the same way to Silko. Exactly the same scenario, right? So it's good that we're now getting the opportunity to see these guys get some minutes anyway.
Yes. Jim said there, oh, Chris, I heard that comment about American footballers. Come on, mate, game on. I'm sorry, I stick by it. Look, it's like if you sign a Brazilian, you should normally get a half decent player. If you sign somebody from San Marino, you probably get an electrician, not a footballer. And
unless you're Leicester City and we sign Tete.
Well, yes, exactly. I mean, look, in fairness, and they are sort of bringing the soccer back to America, but at the end of the day, a lot of the players over there, not all of them, a lot of them are foreigners anyway, aren't they?
Yeah, well, the MLS is becoming a bigger league, isn't it? It's a different type of
that well-known American that plays for Miami, what's he called? Oh, Messi. Yes, that's the one.
The Southern America.
I was being sarcastic.
Me too, with the Southern America.
But yeah, Aluko's back on the bench. Chowdhury, therefore, his injury wasn't too bad, which is good because we do need him as cover. Nice to see Page. He didn't do anything wrong when he came on. Marcel, now, I mean, he's the one surprise, if anything.
Yeah, I think he is a bit of a surprise because I think after pre-season, I'd seen enough from him to think he's probably not going to be at the right level, with all due respect to him. He looked very rough around the edges. What got me about him was he was good with the ball with his close control at his feet, but there was other parts of his game. He was so far away from where you need to be at this level. That thing was what he was good at. So I just hope it's a case of we can just, if he's going to feature today, get him on in a position where it's going to really emphasize his good. because I think that is a part of the process with young players, isn't it? You want to try and show that what's really good about them, get that built up, and let them run from there, really. And I just don't know if he's got it in him, Marcel, for us. But hopefully I'll come back and that'll bite me in the arse, Chris, because I'll be bringing in the opposite, if you know what I mean. He'll go out there and get some minutes today and get a good performance under it.
Yeah. Guys, 46 of you in, please smash that likes button. You got two choices, basically. You can either smash the likes button or you can donate to the 600 quid plus it costs me to run this channel every year. One of those is free. I'll let you decide what you want to do. Both of them help the channel. That's what they've got in common, though. Monga's on the bench again. And then, of course, you've got Ayu and Daka, who two strikers, but both, different in what they bring. Here we go. These are the mind the stats, as it says there. These are the stats. 18th hosting 12th, plus 14% home advantage for Sheffield United. But look at this AI. I think she'd had a drink or two. 50% win probability for Sheffield United, 22 for us. That might have had something with the 3-2 win earlier in the season.
Yeah.
Last 5 games, 2 wins, 2 losses and a draw each. Not much to choose between them. Last 5 games, they've not lost at home. Leicester have only won 2 away. And then you've got like the goals and the XG and the XG against actual against what they think it will be. They've kept 5 clean sheets at home, 42% of the games. We've kept 1 clean sheet away. And only 8%. Maybe when they get to half, or before we come out, we know when they play the music to G everybody up. Maybe they should start playing dominoes. I might get them going. Points per game, home and away, pretty much the same as in team ratings. We've got the better team apparently. And look, and just as I said, they're just interviewing Chris Wilder now. I mean, they came good when he came back, does seem to have worn off. I mean, they were winning, but now, they're lost and they've drawn. Maybe that's just, going away a little bit.
Yeah, they've started doing what we've done a bit, which is it just depends which one of them turns up. Because when Sheffield United turn up, they're very capable of beating most teams in this division. They are. They could probably compete with Coventry even if they really turned up. But so it really depends on how they turn up today. You think at home with such a good home record, Chris, it's going to be a real tough game for us. But it is dependent. I mean, it's very uncertain to predict this because it just comes down to which team puts the most effort in for me on the day. So I'm going to be intrigued. I think it is a 50-50 shot, this, how it turns out. And the first goal will probably be very crucial into how the game unfolds.
How important is it for Leicester that if we do concede that first goal, that it's not in the first 10 minutes?
I think, very important for us, actually, because I think part of what we're going to face today is what they did last time. I mean, it'd be daft for them to try anything different than what they did last time, Chris, which put them 2 goals up away from home against us, at our place. So they're going to come for us. But I think there is something there for the defence in particular. If we can ride it out and build from it, I think that'll be a good thing for us to face. I've said we're not very good at facing certain challenges, especially when it comes to teams that want it a bit more than us. So I wouldn't mind actually seeing the first 10 minutes the opposition want it more and us having to get our backs behind it and then see what we can do. I think there's some confidence we can grow into that, hopefully.
Looking at as a player, and I mean that we lost that game, and all right, the 3-2 wasn't the story of the game at all. We did have United worried in the second half. He was having to make substitutions, not because he wanted to, Chris Wilder, but because he had to stop us going on. That said, we were 3-0 down and the damage was done at half-time. Can this group of players, or will this group of players, look at that and go, do you know what? We're going to show them. We got you. Because I think it was a humiliation to be 2-0 down after 5 minutes. I think it was 5, wasn't it? 5 minutes, yeah. 2-0 down after 5 minutes. It was humiliating. Is this team going to turn around and say, we're going to fucking show them?
Well, we'd like to think so, because that's what you'd want any of your clubs that you support to do in this sort of situation. I think the reality is they don't think like that, Chris. I'm sorry, I don't think they do. I don't think it's that level of importance to them, because they're ultimately, football has been played a lot of money. They'll just view it as it's another game today. We'll see what happens. But it is important, like you say, the main point is we're not in the dressing room when the game's 10 minutes already on the board, because that is what has cost us a lot this season. And when you're talking about we could be 11th place at the end of this, honestly, we could have been in the playoffs. And the frustrating thing is we're not that good of a team. This league isn't that great of a league. It's all about the application, and that's what annoys us, is the application has been so intermittent. It's cost us potentially sneaking ourselves back into a fight we probably have no right to be in.
Yeah, and do we want to be there? And that's the other thing as well, isn't it?
Well, we need the money. I mean, they've planned for the Premier League future, Chris, haven't they, of all these loans? It does worry me.
I don't think. Well, we've got to say they've got that points deduction on the horizon, so that will knock us back down into our place. Oh yeah, I think they were, Dave. I think at 3-2, you could see the panic. Oh, look, if you're 3-0 up and you're smiling, and then at 3-2, you are panicking a little bit because the momentum was with us, and when you're 3-0 up. And then you're down to 3-2. You are thinking, shit, what can happen next? And just all you had to do was look at Chris Wilder's face on the touchline. He looked worried. Okay, I've got to say, look, that was Leicester City's team. Oh, look at that picture there. Look at that picture. And you got United. Got a player on there. It's bit more colourful, it's a bit brighter. And you know what they've done? They've said, look, he used to be your player. And you know what? When you played him, under a minute, he'd scored against you. Let's put him on all our social media. They got we're not on the ball with these at all. They are.
They are. We're saying that he's not been the most popular footballer for them, has he? So they've got to hold on to low hanging fruit to get something positive, because their fan base haven't been too keen on Tom Cannon, have they? But
but then again, it was Chris Wilder that wanted him.
Yeah, true.
And this team at the moment, starting January, obviously coming up, this isn't his team.
No, this is it, and it shows you that, how much what a few weeks of a different vision from Sellers has completely cocked them up, because they could have really, in some ways, maybe have, if the damage wasn't already done, maybe they would now be touching the playoffs under Wilder. I really think that's possible. They could have got that momentum going. I mean, it looks today to me, Chris, like they're going 4-4-2 as well, because you notice they've got Bamford and they've got Cannon playing.
Yes,
and so they do mix it up, Sheffield United. You don't know exactly what they're going to line up as. And I think against the 4-4-2, that's going to be an interesting game for us today, because it opens up the opportunities for goals to come somewhere, doesn't it?
Well, it says here, according to the BBC, that they are the same as us, 4-2-3-1.
I think that's a lie. I think actually the players out there do not match a 4-2-3-1.
Well, what they've got, I'll tell you what they've got, and then you can tell me why not. Cooper in goal, so no Hamer. Sakiri, Tanganga, Bindon, and McCallum was the back four.
Yeah, makes sense.
Their Sumare, unfortunately not ours, although if they had two Sumares playing for them, that'd be cool. Sumare and Riedewald as the two in defensive midfielders. Then Brooks, O'Hare and Cannon on the left wing here, and Bamford up front.
Yeah, see, it's not right. It'll be a 4-4-2 very quickly. But also, I don't think that Sumare is actually even a defensive midfielder. I think he's a winger.
Well, yeah, and
I'll just double check this.
They 4-4-2 against us in the first game.
Yes, they did. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they're versatile. They do change it up quite a lot, So he's on loan from Braga. This Sumare chap. He's a defensive midfielder. I do apologise. I just wanted to check that. Yeah. So, sorry, what were you saying, Chris? I got my brain stopped working. You can't remember what you were saying either.
I can't remember what I was saying either. Oh, yeah. It was 4-4-2 when they played us last time, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think Sheffield United do this. You notice how they even print this team up on this team sheet here? They got it in squad number order, which means it's very hard for you to identify who's playing where. So I do quite like that, and their bench is strong again. Look, they got Ings that can come off the bench. He's not been tearing up anything, but he's still got a goal in him now and again, hasn't he? They got Chong on that bench. Very dangerous team. And I think Ruderwild came in as a free transfer signing, a few weeks ago, start of the season really now, and has extended his deal and really just made a home for himself there. I mean, I think Wilder's done a good job in identifying how much of a cock-up was made in his absence in such a short time, really. So very dangerous.
Well, as I said, he wanted to come to Leicester, didn't he? Here's what we could have had. Here's what we could have had.
He's got a bit of that Pearson mentality, hasn't he? Where you can tell that he wants his players fighting for for the club.
Yes. Look, oh my God. I've had too much to drink. My mind is worse than it normally is.
Okay, Chris, you've got 7 minutes to kick off to sort it out.
Yeah, at least then I can just talk about what I'm watching. Talking about those that aren't there today. So we've got no Faze.
Yeah.
Vestergaard is on the bench. We've got no Winks, no Samare, no Carranza. Look, it looks like Carranza's the only one that there's some news about, and he looks to be going off, like I say, to Mexico. Winks has been linked with Spain, though. He's just got to go. I mean, I know what he's on a good fortune, 90 odd grand a week, allegedly, depending on where and what you read. And 18 games without a clean sheet, by the way. Just to let you know, just came up then on the screen. I know, just to make you feel better. But those are, like you say, window opens today. Hopefully John Rudkin's doing his stuff to get these players out the window.
It's so difficult because I don't know how you really. I mean, you got to hope that his agent is going to pull another blinder like he did when he got the move to Leicester. To get paid what he did at Leicester in hindsight has seemed to be a remarkably good payday for what we've got back, and as a football club. So we've got to hope his agent's going to pull a blinder there. Because I'll tell you what, if I was another English club, I wouldn't touch him with a barge pole. Would you?
Well, no, but maybe a Welsh club might do.
A Welsh club, what, like Wrexham? Yeah, okay.
Well, I never said Wrexham, but look, they took Ward and Cody off us.
They did. That's right. They had some sort of very weird, sort of romanticised vision about building the Welsh sort of Avengers, didn't they? Didn't quite work out when you've got a base of that as Danny Ward. But there we go.
Oxford, very, very quickly, and then I'll let you go and we'll get prepared for set up. Oxford, of course, sacked Gary Rowett.
They did, yeah, a bit of a shock list. I mean, I think they kind of had to twist because they've gone with 9 games without a win. And when you get to that level, Chris, it's difficult. The 2 rumoured names are either going to be John Terry or Alan Sheehan, which is quite an interesting sort of, Yeah, I was just looking then, and it came up,
Alan Sheehan, another ex-Leicester.
Yeah. Is he the sort of manager, though, with all due respect to Alan Sheehan? I like Alan Sheehan, obviously ex-Leicester player, was a great player for us as well, underrated, actually. Is he the sort of man who can really go in there with his experience and firefight them out of a relegation battle?
I don't think so.
No, neither do I. And that's not to have, I hope I'm wrong. I want him to prove us all wrong. Same goes with the other name, like John Terry, like for a managerial role. He's been a number 2 at a lot of places, hasn't he? Including with Dean Smith for us. But will he be able to step in and manage them? I don't know. It's a gamble of a decision, this, Chris. It's the one that you live or die on. But they were probably going down anyway. So if they go down, what if they lost? They were going anyway.
Exactly. Okay, mate. My screen is now just frozen. Which is fantastic.
Well, what's our predictions for today while you sort your screen out? Get your predictions in the chat, guys. I have gone for a very, very disappointing 2-0 win for Sheffield United.
I haven't gone. There is news about the prediction show. Remind me and I will give you those details at the end. We are into the new year, so there are going to be a few changes on the channel. I haven't predicted yet this, but if you offer me a draw now, I'll take it.
Yeah, I think it could be very well. This is the thing. I mean, I guess in some ways we can't be too negative because Leicester could turn up today and win this because they've done it at times this year. The problem is it doesn't trend that they normally do it after getting a win.
No, this is if you went all over. Bristol City's finished now against Portsmouth. That was 5-0. And all the scores were as I gave them out earlier. Mate, I will see you at half time. Thank you very gladly.
My pleasure. Come on, Leicester. Let's try and get some revenge, eh?
Oh, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? Let's start the new year as we ended the old year. Let's do that. Take care, everybody. I'll see you at half time.
See you at half time. Cheers, mate.
Cheers. Thanks a lot. Okay, let's just well, welcome back. That is not the one that I wanted. That one is. What's that one? One packs. Right. Let me rename this. I'll do it later. Right. Talk amongst yourselves at the moment. I'm sure that Gray will remind you, as will any other mods that are in, no spoilers. We've stopped doing these on Twitch because you had idiots on Twitch that were spoiling it, and there's no other games going on, so you can't tell us any other results. But yeah, you wait for me to announce it, and everything is at a different time. I'll be in advance of some of you, behind others. Such is life. So no spoilers whatsoever. Make sure that you like the video, please, because it's free of charge, but it does get us seen on a lot of other channels. So please do that. Right. So, yeah, they're just going through the team at the moment. The team is going along the bottom. Can we start the year as we ended the year? That is, we don't want to start the same as we did last year, because we started with a loss in 2024. So let's hope we can start with a win. Desmond, I can say I'd just, because of the way Leicester are, we can't keep getting excited by wins, as we know. Well, Gray, exactly. So they're having the little huddle, Leicester City, who are playing in the home strip, although they're away, obviously. Wow. Tony Curry, 76. I remember him when I was growing up. Right, here we go. Are we ready? I believe we could be. So they kicked off Sheffield United. If we can get through the first 5 minutes without conceding, it would be good. I'm sure they're going to try and do that again. Pierre just whips it upfield. Leicester, like I say, blue tops, blue shorts, blue socks. Immediately give away a free kick, Bobby DeCover-Reid, halfway in their own half. Sheffield United are in the red and white stripes. Red and white striped tops. as soon as they stop having an orgasm about showing Martin Cifuentes black shorts and black and mixed socks as well. So free kick very early on for Sheffield United. It's chipped in. Nelson gets his head on it, but he doesn't get it clear. It's still up there. Oh, no, it's a free kick. But we're struggling then to get it away. I mean, to give away a free kick like that early, throw into Leicester on the far side. Do bear with me, as I said. I really considered not doing this today. Oh. Throwing on this side. Near Sheffield United there. I think we're worrying Leicester. We needed Salarchik to come to our rescue. Hiya, Mad. I'm doing well. Well, I am. I don't know what my head and my stomach are doing. So Salarchik. Over to Nelson on the far side. He chips the ball up, Vestergaard style. In fact, the Sheffield United defender, Sheffield United referee, that's a bit of a fraudulent slip, comes out and boots it into the stands. Halfway into the Sheffield United half, who were kicking right to left. Throw-ins taken quickly. Back into our own half. Leicester kicking left to right. And we had, from a throw-in halfway up the opposition half, offside. Halfway up the opposition half, we go all the way back to the goalkeeper. I think I'm going to have the hair of the dog. Now then, are you ready for this? That's the sound. Cheers, everybody. So, yeah, Bamford, a goal every 85 minutes. So up the field, but given away, and it's booted straight back down. It's headed clear by Ricardo. Leicester starting off bad in defence here. Would you go for Bamford? Cheers, Andreas. No, it's Strongbow, actually. I don't mind inches, but I've not been happy since Wetherspoons have stopped selling Magners. Yeah, so you've got Bamford, who after the first round of the FA Cup, his contract expires. Oh, good. Somebody I think it was Nelson, just stuck his foot in the way there. It was a cross back into the box from the far side. Sheffield United have it in their own half. Would you go right? Because, like I say, he's only getting a goal every 85 minutes. Oh! Bamford there got the no Leicester player picking him up, including Ricardo. I mean, he had a load of space there. I think I'd sooner try Antonio. I mean, he has had the history, hasn't he, Bamford? He's getting involved, Silko Thomas. It's a long ball. Ricardo just get his head on it. Fatawu. That would have set Silko Thomas through then. So it's a free kick to Leicester. Bamford pushing a Coley. West Ham could be looking at Mikel Antonio, apparently. I'd be surprised, but... So throw it to Sheffield United, halfway inside their own half on this near side. And now it's booted all the way across to the other side where they've got a lot of open space. Sheffield United forced to the side. Leicester got two defenders over there. Gets past one. Gets past Thomas. Oh. Oliver Skip budding his foot in the way and it's out for a corner. Ten goals from corners, Sheffield United. Oof. Fuentes just having a word with the fourth official there. Fatu was taken out. Anyway, it's back with Stolarczyk. Oh, please, Leicester, do some... Oh, Stolarczyk kicks it out, but thankfully Skip got it back. And now Fatawu on this near side, looking to be going up forward. Now James. Fatawu goes round his player, but he loses the ball eventually. Oh. A Coley there. I mean, Coley had no other choice. He wasn't sure whether... I don't think... Was there a call? Any call from Stolarczyk? I don't know if there was. But in the end, they were both really... Oh, it's a goal kick. Was it a corner? Can't be a corner. Where was he pointing the referee? There's a throw-in, actually. Oh, no, it wasn't. It is, I think. That's been given. It's a corner. How is that a corner? Oh, the second corner after 10 minutes. It comes in, Stolarczyk goes up. He kind of grabs it at the first attempt. He's looking for a long pass out, can't get it. Fatawu plays it up to Thomas. Back to Fatawu. Dakova Reed losing it. So a good move broken down by Dakova Reed, losing the ball. First 10 minutes has gone 0-0. Yes, indeed, Ronald. Thomas there, ball catching his arm. Was he kept it in? Oh, it hit his thigh, then his arm. So Sheffield United playing it around at the back at the moment. It'll end up back with the goalkeeper, who isn't Hamer today. So it's a high ball up into the box. Sheffield United. Oh, Leicester can't deal with it. Skip takes it off James, who wasn't going to go for that, but the Leicester player got taken out. But play goes on. Long ball over the top. It's out for a corner. Yeah, he wasn't getting a good press at Sheffield United. You're quite right, he does. My mistake. Like I say, you're fucking glad that you're fucking lucky I'm here. Oh, nearly from the corner. Look, guys, don't fact check me every 5 minutes today. I'm not in the mood. I really, at 4 o'clock, I was that close to calling this off and saying, fuck it, I'm going back to bed. Did say at the start, whatever I say today, or Tom or any of us, you're lucky if we even that we're even here today. So eventually, Stelarczyk kicks it upfield, but it ends back up with Sheffield United, who come back to us again. And that cross is high and wide, and not wide, over the top. Let's say the first 15, and it's all Sheffield United. Sheffield United just inside their own half. The winger on this left does like to play it back to the defender, and it goes back to another. Oh, wasn't going back to the defender, I thought. 41% of the action areas have been in Leicester's third. That's 2 fouls on a Coley by Bamford. If it was the other way around, the referee would have probably been given a... Oh, he's a fucking... You can tell he's ex-Leeds, Bamford. Oh, shut up, you stupid woman. We've got a woman commentator. What a prat. He's just competitive. No, he's not fucking competitive. Get back to women's football. Honestly, we should have men following the men's game, women following the women's game. She's never played men's football. She's no fucking idea what she's talking about. And it's the same with men. I'm not saying it's any different the other way around. You should just have women looking after, competing on women's football. James. Oh, he couldn't get it into the box there, James, which is a shame because he'd made a good move to keep the ball. You know, what's wrong with men commentating and appraising men's games and women commentating and appraising women's games? It doesn't obviously tick the diversity boxes, does it? Now, nah. Silko Thomas offside there. That's probably a little bit of experience there. She did actually just say quite rightly that he needed to bend his run to come back onside and then run after it. But that was out. Yes, well done, Mr. Linesman. Totally, mate. Totally, Jim. Totally. Made no, not hiding the fact at all. It was gone 12 o'clock when I got up this afternoon, I guess you call it. I had some very, very good hangover food. I had a pizza. Oh, now Sheffield United coming away. Oh, Ken Nelson. Nelson, good defending. Oh, and then the shot in, and Salarchik goes down to gather it up. As long as the missus doesn't feel that way with you. Free kick to Leicester. Just inside the United half. But yeah, I know what you mean, Gray. Maybe I would have been better if I'd actually gone to the match because I'd have had some fresh air then. Oh. He's got two players marking him now. Sheffield United breaking away. They've got all the space in the world. Oh my good God. Bamford again. Where the fucking hell is Ricardo? Ricardo drawn into the centre. Bamford was open on the left. When people are saying, why do you want to get rid of Ricardo? He's been a fantastic player. It's because he's fucking shit now. Seriously, Gray, the lucky bitch. Excuse my French. Fair play to her. But look, that Ricardo Pereira, he actually overtook a centre-back to get into the centre and fucking left Bamford clear on the left-hand side. You pass the centre-back to go centre-back. Get Ricky off the pitch. Get him out the fucking club. You know, he's supposed to be our captain. Supposed to be our captain. He's not. He didn't play half the fucking games. You know, he couldn't motivate somebody to have a wank in a whorehouse. You know, why have we still got this loser at the club? Cannon now. Oh, it's a back heel. A Coley. Oh no, it's Ricardo, in fairness. Oh, Dakota Reed is awful today. He's given, in fact, I'd say he's probably my donkey of the match so far. We do, Gray. We do. Still wasted now. Well done, Mrs. Gray. You know you've had a good night then. What was she drinking? Oh. I mean, how Sheffield United not got a booking? Oh, and again. And again, look, I'm not. It's the second time he has been. Second time that he's been caught offside. But again, like I say, let's not go too mad at him. It is early doors. Now, I like a bit of gin. I didn't have any last night. My neighbour did, but I didn't have any last night because, yeah, I'd had the lager and the Baileys. I couldn't mix it up. Oh, here comes Sheffield United. Oh, and it's cleared. I think it was by Thomas in the end. Yeah, I couldn't have. I do like a gin, but I didn't have a gin last night. Aberdeen's got two players, beats the first one, loses out to the second. So Coley. Ricardo gives the ball away. Not the best of balls forward from Mavadidi there. Oh, that was a nice take there. Fatawu then nutmegs Sheffield United. Oh, that's got to be a foul. And finally, a yellow card. Oh. was Fatawu that's got the yellow card. And when you look back at it, when you look back, I have to say, stupid Fatawu. I thought it was it looked at first sight like it was a foul, but yeah, I mean, he'd have done well in the Olympic diving team there, Fatawu. Halfway through the first half, and it is Sheffield United 0, Leicester City 0 at Bramall Lane. Yeah, it's getting a bit feisty. I have to say, this female commentator is actually talking a lot of sense at the moment. I still think it should be men and men and women, but up and over. Good defending by Sheffield United just to block Silko Thomas. A couple of Premier League games are also 0-0. Actually, she's growing. This female commentator is actually growing on me. I've got to say, credit where credit's due. Whatever my feelings are, she's doing a really, really good game. Sheffield United. Oh, good defender, Thomas, and another corner. It's very, very one-sided. 5 shots to 1 to Sheffield United so far. 15 touches in the box, we've only had 1 in theirs. Trevor Reid be carefully punching. Oh, that was all the way over, and it's gone out for a goal kick. I don't know, is the honest answer. Possibly because it's Sky, but like I said, I thought at the start she was like a bit like, but I have to say, and I'll say, fairness where credit where credit's due. She is actually talking some sense at the moment. So fair play to her. So ball upfield, whoa, well taken. But Fatawu loses it again, but he gets it back. He takes the shot. Oof. It was worth a try. I have to say it was worth a try. Oh, it was our first attempt. 31 minutes. 14 minutes. I don't think there'll be much stoppage time, if at all. We're back to trying to play it out from the back. Coley's got it. Ricardo's hugging the line, but he goes inside a Coley. And now it goes back to Solarczyk. Then, fucking hell, Solarczyk. A lovely ball went upfield for Taru through to Thomas, but the goalkeeper came out and got it first. And one shot was for Taru. If he does, I'll be very happy for him, but I think I've got a better chance of having a shag with Jennifer Aniston tonight than Ricardo doing that. Actually, Karen, you could be right if it is Karen. I don't know who it is, but Brooks, lovely. Going to go past Mavadidi. It's a long shot. Oh, it's a pass. Oh, Tomori with a pass down to this left-hand side. Ricardo is absolutely awful defending this half. In fairness, yeah, I agree. I agree with what you're saying. Sorry, Mad, it took me a while then. I was thinking of another Luke. But yeah, it's easy for us to sit up here and watch it when you're down there and you're having to make these quick decisions. So we got into the box again. The cross came in from Mavadidi, but it was swallowed up by their goalkeeper. So as things stand, we're still in 12th. Derby are above us because they've got a +1 goal difference. We've got a 0. QPR are behind us with a -4. Here comes Sheffield United. Mavadidi tried to hold him up. He did, but he's still got it. Sheffield United a chip into the box. Oh no! We can't get it clear. Cannot get it clear. What the? And he's free on this left again. Oh! There's another shot there from the Sheffield United left. I'm going to write down now, where the fuck is Ricardo? That could have easily, if they'd got somebody in the box, we'd be down by now. One 0 from a corner. I'm going to look and try and see who... Tanganga scored it. Sounds like a Bond villain. Again, nobody picking up the runner into the box. What a waste of fucking time this defence is. And from a corner, he got high up above Thomas. Same old, same old. I got to say, it's all been one way. Skip was taken up, the ball taken off him by Samare. Marking is so poor, you're right, Stephen. Was coming. Don't want to criticise James, but as Karen Carnage just said there, he should have closed Tandanga down a lot more than he did. Trying to see if it is Karen Carney or not. I'm not sure whether this is. Oh, Mavididi to Thomas. Oh, it's a corner. That was a good move. There's a corner for Leicester. Oh, and that's a free kick to Sheffield United. I think it's Courtney Sweetman Kirk is the co-commentator. So we're into the last minute. Like I said, I don't think there'll be a lot of added time on. Again, a clearance. Oh, Sheffield United. This time Ricardo gets a dent in, but it's panic defending. And now a free kick to Leicester. And then they give it away from the free kick. Oh, 1 minute we've got. Not been the most exciting of games. We're down to 13th now, by the way. We've only just dropped the one place. Yeah, we can't. And we're above Southampton and we're a point behind us, so we can't drop below them. So Larchip boots it back upfield. It'll go all the way through, I'm sure. Yeah, to the keeper. Headed back pass from the defender there. There we go. We are at half time, gentlemen and ladies. 1-0 down. How often have we said that? Most of the time. Now, Chris Wilder has got a smile on his face, so he's reasonably happy. We'll be back. I'm going to go and do what I've been wanting to do for the last 20 minutes. Don't go away. Hopefully it won't take me 20 minutes to do it. But we'll be back with the halftime analysis. Oh, sorry, I'd fallen asleep then watching that. Tom, are you still awake?
Well, I tell you what, after about 10 minutes, Chris, I was like, oh, it's going to be one of those games today, Leicester. Is it one of those games? And sat here 45 minutes later, I've not been proven wrong from that, have I? Because very similar to the Millwall away game, isn't it? Just literally everything we're trying to do, which is our game or what we're trying to do, it just doesn't work. I mean, so there's just no plan B to this. We're just literally playing. We were trying to play out from the back and losing the ball because Ricardo can't pass, Thomas can't pass, or we're going long, giving the ball up, and they're straight back on us again. It's literally like we're playing a game of ping pong, except we're the person that stood in the same place all the time, whereas someone's smacking the ball left, right, and centre at us. And yeah, got what we deserve, mate. I thought if we got through the half-time 0-0, we'd actually be the more fortunate of the two teams, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I mean, great. I think everybody's been on the bail in that team. Very uninspiring game. I've seen nothing there. I basically can't say anything positive about the team. And in fairness to Jim, yeah, this Courtney Sweetman Kirk, I thought she was talking a load of bollocks at the start, and I still think that it should be men commentating on men and women commentating on women because they played each other's games. And it's funny that there's only one man involved in women's football now. I'm watching him on the screen at the moment, and that's Ian Wright. And yet on men's games, we've still got 5 or 6 of them. Sorry, I just think if you've not played the game, you shouldn't be commentating on it.
Not saying that, but as me and you sat here, mate, drinking beers, a little bit hungover, and we've never really played professional either. I had a trial for Man United. That was my limit.
Hey, I didn't know. Talk to you about that one night. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, goalkeeper.
Yeah, but we're not technically commentating. We are just giving our opinions on.
No,
things.
I would say this about the female-male debate, not to go too much off topic. As long as you're good at what you do, it doesn't matter what sex you are. The problem is we've got both male and female commentators and pundits who are terrible.
Yeah, I just think it's a case of Sky, along with the BBC, let's tick a few boxes. I'm sure by the end of the season we'll have a black disabled lesbian commentating.
Let's probably get it back onto Leicester before we get ourselves into too much trouble here, Chris. It's the first show of the year, mate.
I know I'm starting off as I mean to go on. I think it is all about ticking boxes, I'm afraid, I'm sure if Gary Neville put a skirt on, it'd double his wage. Anyway, let me describe that game first half to you. 60% possession to Sheffield United, 40 to us. Their XG 0.03 as 0.02, I believe it is.
They got that much. My word, the only shot we had was Fatawu from about 40 yards, just about right.
I know. They've had 7 shots. We've had 1. They've had 3 on target. Guess what? We haven't had any. Touches in their box. They've had 24 in ours. We've had 2 in theirs. 5 corners to our 1. I thought, hello. We've gone back to playing rude style here. That we only like to play in our own half.
Yeah, it's very much like that, wasn't it? Yeah, very much. We're very much as a football club, for whatever reason, no matter who the manager is, we're very, very much focused on what we are doing. And when teams do things against us that we're not expecting, or play with a little bit more passion than we do, run a little bit quicker than we do, we don't have an answer to it, Chris. I mean, the plan B I can only think of for this is we have to go 3-5-2 second half, and we have to make the game develop more in their end of the pitch, and the way we do that is by winning the balls up at their end of the pitch, rather than what we've been trying to do with this system where we're just playing directly into their hands, and eventually we do get caught out and go 1-0 down, which is deserved. I can't sit here and go it isn't deserved to be 1-0 down, but Marty is very limited, isn't he? And I think this is the problem. I mean, what do? We say it every week. I mean, the fact you're trying to play a system, Chris, and you still have games, 20 games into this season now, where you're trying to play out from the back and you can't make a pass. Are you kidding me? I mean, what is going on here? Because that should be a simple given of, if we are doing this, we are executing it. So why aren't we executing this all the time? I mean, you have bad days, but the general plan seems very flimsy to me still.
Totally. John, there is no plan A, let alone a plan B. It is, but the plan A is just a rehash of what Rude was doing last season with worse players.
It is. It's exactly the same, yeah.
And again, we saw at one point Salarchik kicked the ball out to Skip. Now, whether Skip was half asleep or not, I don't know, but the ball never exactly got to him. And what the fuck are you doing? Just boot it upfield. I don't know. We're going to go through a lot of this, and I realise quite often we actually repeat a lot in the final post-match that we do in the half-time. So I'm going to sort of just more concentrate, rather than on the half, 2 players that I think haven't made impression. One I can make a defence for. The other one I can't. So I'm going to start with the one I can make a defence for, Silko Thomas.
Okay, what's your thoughts on Silko?
Silko Thomas been caught offside a couple of times.
Yep.
But this is his first start.
Yeah, I'll say this as well. I think he has looked interested. He's got himself into the right position. And there were times earlier in the season we were saying this. We were saying, look, the strikers aren't doing a good job, but then they are getting slim pickings on occasion to work with. And that means you've got to just take every chance you get. I think his positioning's been good. He's been doing the running and, pressing and all the rest of it. But the problem is, Chris, once again, the connectivity isn't there. He made a bit of a daft pass from Mavididi, which was always going to go out of play when we were in their 6-yard box, pretty much. He should just take it on himself, and Mavididi would have been there for a rebound, as long as he could stay on side. But it's little things like this, But I can forgive that because I think he's put the effort in. I know the second player you're going to go with, and I'll let you do it, but I can't defend him as you can't either.
No. I will say, like I say, with Silko Thomas, you can argue, as many of you did with the Luco, it's his first start.
Yeah.
During the latter half of his career, certainly the last couple of seasons, how often was Vardy offside? Quite
Exactly.
a bit.
If they played the pass earlier, Chris, he wouldn't have been offside. He was trying to time his run to perfection. So I can't.
And in fairness, there wasn't that many passes to him.
No, exactly. I mean, the thing they've tried to do, which they've got to try and do more, if the opposition is going to press onto us, they've got to try and feed him in first time. There's a couple of times they've tried to do it, say Fatarou's tried it, but once again, the passing has been so poor, Chris, that you think, like, even if we did have an opportunity on the counter-attack, like they've given us the opportunity to take it, we've been completely inadequate to make the right pass or the right ball. So we can't really do anything with it.
Yeah. The second one I'm going to go for, but I mean, I'm going to say there, somebody just written about Bobby DeCover-Reid needs subbing. The problem with Bobby DeCover-Reid, and he's not had the best of games, I will admit, but again, his best position is as the number 10. We haven't had a number 10 been able to play in this game. When has he been in his own position? Never. But the one, and I think you know where I'm going to go with this, Ricardo.
Yeah. Oh my word. Deary me.
What is this guy doing? They have had so much freedom down that left wing. Bamford's nearly got a couple from, and at one point, Ricardo. Now remember, what position does Ricardo play in? Just remind me.
He should be a right back.
Indeed. I just wanted to double check that I got my facts right. So he was a right back. Caleb Akoli is a centre back. Ricardo ran into the middle of the box, past Caleb Akoli, who was obviously the centre back, fucking leaving Bamford open behind him. This guy should be paid off now. If we can't sell him, pay him off. He is as much use as it's like trying to drink tea out of a colander.
Well, he's had one of those performances today where nothing he has done has been right. His passing's been poor, his placement, his positioning's been poor. Like you say with the Bamford thing, he was way too narrow, and he has been like targeted by Sheffield United as a consequence. And I think there's a time before, Chris, not even that long ago, 6 months ago, teams wouldn't target Ricardo. They think he's probably too good. But now they've seen a bit of a weakness there, haven't they? And it seems to be happening game on game now. So I would agree. If there was one change I would make, and it would be more of the individual because of the level of performance, would be Ricardo off for Hamza at halftime, I think. If I wasn't allowed to make a shape change, I would go 3-5-2. But
no, I agree. Something needs to be done because there's no way we're getting back into this match, let alone going off and winning it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it'd be very difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, the good news is we're only 1-0 down, but I mean, realistically, how many of us sat here going, "Well, I could see us scoring too"? Probably not in this game.
Can I just say, by the way, sorry, just to get you here, that the BBC have updated their team details and they've got Sheffield United going 4-4-2.
Told you, didn't I? Yeah, because they do this intentionally. And 4-4-2 plays really well against 4-2-3-1 because you're always going to get into space. And what's happened? They've created space. We just don't think about these things, Chris. We're not thinking about what oppositions are doing. Well, that's our biggest down. We're always a little bit too arrogant.
Maybe if we'd, taken what we could have had in Chris Wilder, we would be thinking these things. No, there's times when I want to look at Martin and say this isn't his team. He's playing with the shitter than they were under. We got rid of some decent players allegedly that we had under Rude, and then I look at things like this going. So fucking obvious, Ricardo shit.
Yeah.
Pull him off at 20 minutes. Pull him off at 15.
Yeah, I guess you don't want to embarrass someone, but I get what you mean, Chris.
Embarrassed. I'm sorry. He's on £90,000 a week. Fucking being embarrassed.
No, I know what you're saying. But he's also the captain of the football club. Look, he's not played well. I totally agree. I don't care whether he's the captain.
Prove he's the captain. He does fucking nothing to make me think he's the captain.
No, hey, look, that's a different.
I'm not going to go at you, mate. So
I know. I'm
going to go at you. No. I'm not, but I'm sorry. Embarrass him. Maybe he'll realise that he's not up to the job. Maybe. Captain or not. So what? If you're having a bad game, or you could be having a decent game, and it's just that the player you're up against is on top form. But anyway, they're out, so I will see you at full time. We will to be continued, everybody.
To be continued, everyone. Yeah, let's go for it. Come on.
Let's get back with the female commentators. And hey, all joking aside, I love a bit of female football. I'd sooner watch England women than England men. We'll be back and with the second half. Can we do it? The honest answer is, I don't think so. And I've got to say regarding Courtney, she's talked a bit. She has talked sense. I just think it should be that way. Shouldn't have her than Jamie Carragher or Gary Neville. Right. So the second half, is it going to get better or is it going to get worse? Oh, we're having a bit of a sing-song. And there we go. Yeah, I mean the commentators just come said and they said the sound of sounding obvious, Leicester need to be better. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. No changes. Oh, this could be dangerous. Oh, good save. Again, it's down that right hand side where Ricardo is. So if United had a shot, no Ricardo to be seen. Throw into Sheffield United, just inside our half on the far side. So Sheffield United is back in their own half now. Centre back to right back. Oh, Luke Thomas should have got the ball there. He got the ball, but he didn't control it, gave it away. And a bit of last minute defending there by Leicester. Quick throw taken by Sheffield United, equal with the penalty box on the far side. An overhead kick out by Ricardo, but it goes to Sheffield United. Oh, Cannon goes down, no penalty. Oh, bit of argy-bargy. Now, he pumps it forward, but it doesn't go to his... they clear it. I can't argue, Gray. I really can't argue. He does go 3-5-2, but he won't start with it for some reason. We just... I think they do, Stefan. I think they do. Nicky, you're not wrong, I don't think. I mean, Luke Thomas beaten. 2-0. 2-0. Tom Cannon's got it again. 2-0. So easy. So fucking easy. Honestly, why? Through a load of Leicester players. Sorry, guys, I'm just making some notes here. I was catching up. Just remind me, I mean, how many players were in the box when he took that shot, Tom Cannon? Thomas, I don't know. Thomas was doing Strictly Come Dancing. Hey, who's going to come on in a minute? You're probably right. You're probably right. I am catching up, guys. Sorry. The free kick to Sheffield United. Oh, it's a good free kick. I was offside anyway, or a foul. Right, so Skippy's off. Chowdhury on, Skip off. And AU on. Jim, he'll be very, very happy. Silko Thomas is off. Fortunately, it didn't work out for the guy today, but he won't have done him any harm. 45 minutes. Oof. Messing around from the back again. Oh, and then we get the ball away again. Oh. "57 minutes gone, 2-0 down." I said, you win one, we lose one. I said, you win one, we lose one. Exactly what the QPR fan was saying. Jeff, I get it, yeah. But what options have we got? We've got speed with Daka, or we've got at least he gets involved with AU. I mean, I don't know, when's Antonio going to be sorted out? Bamford gave a foul away, pushed a Leicester player down. Coley. He's not been booked yet, but he would definitely push to Coley. Bamford coming off. I know you said, would you still take him, Gray? I know you did say earlier. Yeah, Gray, you're preaching to the converted, as they say. For now, Sheffield United attacking here could be 3. Oh, oh, they are. Yeah, yeah. Precarious thread Leicester are hanging on. I mean, Karen, I've got to say to her, what was she called? Sorry. Courtney Sweetman Kirk summed it up perfectly there. Leicester City have not shown enough to get anything from this game. She's spot on. Yeah, again, armchair, but we can't keep relying on one person, can we? She's not a good day to start my New Year's resolution off, is it? Are you offside? Leicester coming forward. Fataru doing a little bit of his magic, cuts inside, and has a shot. And he's smiling. Wish I was fucking smiling, Abdul. Yes. The dead have more. Yeah, they do. The dead have more get up and go. Nelson's given the corner away, but he was defending against Tom Cannon. Scored 2 goals against his old team. No. Shouldn't have been a corner, but he's got it. Fair play to him, or it's played out wide. A long shot coming in, and again, that's well over from Sheffield United. 63 minutes gone. Sheffield United 2, Leicester City 0. Maybe we should give Courtney Cox the job as manager. She's talking a fairly decent game. Another DD. Will he get a yellow card for that? Certainly will. His third of the season. A couple of other Leicester, or one other Leicester player. I'm just trying to see who it is, and I can't at the moment. It's a free kick on the near side, not far from the corner flag. Left-footed, will come in. It's headed. Well, it's not headed clear. It is now, but again, it was panic defending. Chowdhury. Oh, Ricardo. Funnily enough, Ricardo can't get the ball in. Who knew? So Monga's about to come on, and so is Page. And it will now happen. So Monga is on for Mavididi. And Page is coming on. I'll tell you in a second. And Cordova-Reid is off. Not at the best of games. Not at the best of games at all. In fact, I probably agree with both of those. So we've got 4 youngsters on the pitch now. Chowdhury wasn't probably his fault, but he made a mess of that pass back. And now can Leicester break? 67 minutes on the clock. We've still only had 2 touches in the opposition box. So 68 minutes, we've had 2 touches in their box, we've had 2 shots and an on target. Thomas tries to put in, but it's headed clear. Comes as far as the Leicester player, though. It's fallen nicely for Monga, who actually loses it. I think I would have been better off going back to bed and nursing my hangover, if I'm honest with you. Gray, why is that? I haven't. We make a disgrace look competent. Thomas into the box. Fatawa on the far side does control it, but he wasn't able to control it fully. Page thought about the shot. finally passes the ball to Munger, who gets a corner. Dare I say we're actually looking better since the subs come on? I'm not going to because it's only been 2 minutes. Poor corner. Solarchik. Quarterfinals of the World Darts on tonight. That'll probably be more interesting than this. Hamza Chowdhury tries to get it out to Fatawu. Good play there, not sure by whom. Actually, I think it was Ricardo, in fairness. And it's another corner is it a corner to Leicester? Yes. Corner comes in. Oh! Nelson with the shot. And it was well high. You've been drinking too much confidence juice, Paul. You can't be a Leicester fan being confident. So, 22 minutes to go. Oh, sorry. Oh. Aradidi with the shot there. Sheffield United going to make some substitutions now. Ayew from James. Page out to Thomas. Thomas whips it in. Oh. "74 minutes gone." Oh. Oh. Who was that from Leicester? Good point, Scott, to be honest with you. I don't know how well he's doing over there. Whether he'd want to come back or not. We have only loaned him out. I don't think we've sold him, have we? Look, we only saw him for one game. He didn't look too bad in that one game. But then again, look at Tete. Oh. Boy, free kick. They eat the seconds away. They want to send him back, do they? In that case, yes, please. I would take him back. If they don't want him, we need him. I think as a right back, he'll probably be better than both of the two that occupy that position at the moment. Monga twists and turns. He keeps hold of the ball. Page has got it. James to Chowdhury. Chowdhury chips it up into the far side. The Leicester player go, oh, that was a good move. That was a good move by Leicester, in fairness. There's his free kick, 78 minutes gone. Yeah. Just remind me, guys, was it James who put the ball across? They've got it going from Monga to Page to James to Hamza. And then obviously the keeper got it. But who put the cross in towards the keeper? Yeah, Steve, you're right. Leicester throw in there. Sheffield United went down trying to get another foul, which they didn't, but they've got the ball back again. Now they'll get a foul. No. Longa's got it. Upfield to Aya, who does get the foul. Surprised the first one didn't go against Leicester, to be honest with you. Cheers, Prashant. So Fatawa now on the far side. He tries to run past the player and he leaves the ball behind. And he'll go all the way back from attack to still art trick. $80 minutes. Nelson gets the ball. Plays it out to Mongo on this near side. What we could do for a bit of Mongo magic now. Oh, he does get it across in, but it only goes as far as as their goalkeeper's arms, as he collects it very easily. Less than 10 minutes to go now. Leicester the Sheffield United player there trying to shield the ball out of play, and eventually gave the foul away on Fatawu. So it's right near the corner flag. If you get, join us at 6 o'clock tomorrow for the review show. Fatawu with the free kick. Free kick doesn't even get past the first player. And now Sheffield United... Oh no, Sheffield United can't break. I think that was James that got in the way for Fatawu. James now held on to it too long. And now Sheffield United break. And it would have broken before, but had we not had a good... Nelson, good defending. Hamza. Oof. Could have been yet another substitution here for Sheffield United. Oh my God, Hamza Chowdhury's got some competition in the hair stakes here. In fact, 2 times subs. Somebody's been booked. Oh. Leicester throw in. Nope. Yeah. Fair play to Jordan Ayew, who was trying to speed the game up. Cannons off. There's a player down for Sheffield United. Less than 5 minutes of normal time gone. To go. Sorry. Gone. To go. I'm sure Steve is going to have an absolute field day tomorrow on the review show. Join us at 7 o'clock tomorrow night for that. Thanks a lot, Scott. No. Ayo's never going to get that. Leicester winning it. Don't know why. It's not much use to us. I've got nothing to say about Leicester. I mean, they're just meh. Could they finish with the third? Oh, Chowdhury got in the way there. Now coming for the third. There it is. 3-0. O'Hare scoring there. I mean, look at this. Thomas and Monga not picking up Sheffield United player. Totally and utterly give up. I totally and utterly fucking give up. I don't know what you guys... Totally. Oh, that's so tempting. That is so tempting. 5 minutes. So it could actually get worse because there's 5 minutes of ninjury time to go. Maybe we should bring back ninjury time. Oh. 3-1. 91 minutes, 33 seconds. Goal. Sheffield United 3, Leicester City 1. It's that man again, Jordan James. Assist for Mayu. Yeah, it did take a deflection. She didn't even celebrate. Let's be honest with you. What is there to celebrate? Three one. Again, I think that was the least I have ever celebrated a Leicester goal. I mean, he took the goal well, but he took a deflection. I'm guessing that's pretty much going to be it. No, it could be 4. Oh, a Coley getting in the way. That would have been the icing on the cake for Sheffield United. I probably just have to say no more than they deserved. I mean, Nelson was sold a dummy, but McCauley somehow got in the way. I don't think he knew particularly much about it. Nelson then back to doing some good defending. Was it out for a corner? I mean, I'd just look at Leicester like a sick donkey now. Just put us out of our misery, ref. There it is. It's all over. Starting to see the way we started last year. Three two. 3-1. 3-2. That was wishful thinking. 3-1. I didn't even add our goal on, did I? Look, I'm going to go and be sick, I think. I'll see you along with Tom, Wayne, and Jim in a few minutes, and we'll do the post-match for what it's worth. We're back in a few minutes. Do not touch that dial.
The TalkSport Fan Network is the ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-led football podcasts,
including Leicester Till I Die, independent analysis and reaction for the Foxes faithful.
The TalkSport Fan Network.
Unbeatable club-dedicated content created by the fans, for the fans.
Follow the podcast on the TalkSport Fan Network.
The TalkSport
Hello, good evening, everybody. I do apologise. We were waiting on Tom coming in, and until we get a full house, we can't use the right setup. So I was waiting on him coming in. He just messaged me. He has got internet problems, so I've had to go with this layout. But look, you've got the three most handsome presenters here. What more can you do? Happy New Year, Wayne. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Tom. Not a good day to give up drinking, was it?
No, but you got one of us wrong. How about Jim?
What did I say, Tom? Look, mate, I've got to say, I'm surprised I got anything right today. I am hungover like I'm hung like a trout on a bloody hook, I'll tell you.
You teenagers, Chris.
Well, you know, it makes for good criticisms because I listened during the watch along, and you had some beauties today. I was running out of ink trying to write them all down as you were speaking.
To be honest with you, I don't even remember what I've said. I've got to write down my notes. I was not on good presenting form tonight. But like I say, I am totally hungover. Gentlemen, did you have a good New Year?
Yeah, quiet on my end. Ours was relatively quiet, but good being a holiday anyway.
Wayne?
Yeah, good. The lad moving into new digs, so decorating and what have you, and a bit of work as well, contract work over the break, which we do every year for customers. So we get time off further on, but yeah, so no going out on the merry old drinky poos like you, Chris.
You're actually working today?
Yeah.
We were worried about you because Tom and I were texting, and we always text Chris while you're doing the chatting. We text between ourselves, Chris. And
you mean you always text Wayne?
Wayne.
You're getting names wrong now.
I know. Wayne and Tom, and there was no Wayne today. And Tom says, I hope he's all right. I don't know. He could have been out drinking with Chris. I said, I don't know. But
no, I was working, and then Bri came back from the job to watch the football. So yeah.
Well, Wayne, I didn't get to tell you, I was watching a podcast before our match today, and this presenter was going off about the USA football and how there's never been a good USA footballer in the history of the world. And I didn't know what to respond. So what I did was I just put on my U.S. national kit, just so if I knew who that presenter was, I would tell him he's right. There's never been a good one from the U.S.
Well, I'll say, is that the news strip?
No, it's just
I think if you buy the news strip, just buy it on rental because you'll only have it a couple of weeks and you'll be sending it back.
I like it. Well, I only buy it once every 12 years, so.
No, I was trying to make the point that I wasn't impressed. And Carranza's Argentinian anyway, but obviously coming from America. And Opoku, I think, was apart from Casey Keller, he was the last American we had, and we've never actually seen him. Great. I hope you're referring to Leicester and not to this channel. Right. First of all, let's just have a roundup before we go over it in any mega detail. Wayne, first of all, your general thoughts.
I thought we came up again. We tried a few things. A couple didn't work out particularly, but I think that was down to the opposition. I think Sheff United at home started brilliantly. They fought for everything. We couldn't get a passing game going, but the subs did change the dynamic of the game to a certain extent. But you can see why Sheff United, they will end up in the playoffs, no question.
That's what we could have had, Jim, if we'd given Wilder the job.
Yeah. Well, I agree with Wayne. I think we did try a few things. We tried to play the game of football, and we failed miserably. It was miserable. And you knew if you'd have taken your money to the bookies, you knew Tom Cannon was going to score against us. And it was just a miserable display. It was miserable.
I mean, I just don't know what else to say about this team. You win one, you lose one. You win two, you lose two. It just...
I feel sorry for you, Chris, because after the sort of the double defeats, you then gathered yourself. You're thinking, I love Leicester. Come on, Leicester. I love you, Leicester. And then they just, it's the cruelty of sport, isn't it?
It is. All I will say is I've tapped up Tom. I think I'm going back to Lanzarote middle to end of January. I don't give a fuck.
Don't say that, please. And the reason why is it might be one of my 3 things we've learned. So please don't talk about that yet.
Oh, I will. I am looking for 50 quid return. You can't beat it, mate. You can't beat it. Right, Steve has very kindly sent us a video. I didn't know he was going today. Steve has very kindly sent us a video, and he will be joining me, and I think it's going to be a bit of an interesting one tomorrow at 7 o'clock for the review show. Let me just see if this will come up or not.
Guys, what can you fucking say? Embarrassing, truly embarrassing. 3-0 down before we're going to have a shot on target. Half the players on that pitch being embarrassed by fucking teenagers putting in an effort and they couldn't be asked. Luke Thomas stealing a fucking living as a professional footballer. Awful. Get the manager gone. It's clueless. At the end, chance for against the manager itself. Sacked in the morning, and this is embarrassing. And you're not fit to wear the shirt. Can't disagree with that. Let's be honest. But yeah, that was the worst performance I've seen in a long time, and that's saying something. That was bad. Yeah, honestly, I don't know what to say. I really don't. I'm so fucked off. Our club is a mess. The atmosphere around the whole club is toxic, and we've got a leader who, you know, breathes. Oh, everyone needs to be together. We need to you know, bring it all back together and stuff. Where are you, mate? You're in fucking Thailand. You had an interview 6 weeks ago, and you've done fuck all since. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm genuinely just. I might be done at this point. I've got tickets for the Wrexham game, but why do I want to go watch that? Why do I want to travel 4 hours out of my way to go and watch that shower of shit every week? No idea. But anyway, Happy New Year and all that. What a way to start.
Steve, tell us what you think, mate. Don't sit on the fence.
Wow.
He's an emotional guy, isn't he, Steve?
He's going to make very, very interesting listening tomorrow. So do try and watch that review show. And can I just say, he didn't mention, but on Steve's behalf, he is doing a marathon for charity this year. Full details are on my X account, LTID TV, Leicester Till I Die TV. If you go on there, I've reposted the details for him. It's about 4 or 5 messages down after sort of Christmas and New Year. Do go over there and show him your support on that. TTO Blue said Marty should play his own ticket out. In fairness, he paid his own ticket in, didn't he? So, you know... he said it's the worst, and I really don't want to go through this game, but I'm going to have to. But he said, let's just look at what Steve was saying there. Worst performance seen in a long time. I mean, was he forgetting last year?
That was what. Who was that to, Chris?
Oh, you, Wayne. Sorry, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was woeful last year. I mean, the fact that Wolves, who are actually playing brilliant, actually, in the last few games, Wolves are giving everybody a game, but they've got 2 points, or 3 points now, sorry. But yeah, we were woeful last year, as all the promoted sides were. I do think, look, I look at this in the context of the whole season, the overpriced or aging players we've had, and the bad attitude we've had. And I think we are in the transition period. And the question I've got is, what do fans expect? In this transition period, what do you expect? So you got Chelsea sacking Maresca, and most fans quite often can be unrealistic about what they expect from a side. So I don't think you will get a side where you're starting Silko Thomas up front and a lot of younger players to go toe-to-toe with Sheff United, who are on a right, they've got a manager that makes sure they give one, and they did give 100%. So you're very organised. And like all the top clubs in the Championship, they're all very athletic, very dynamic, very fit. And we were woeful in the first half. But the manager has got slim pickings to choose a side from until we get reinforcements and until he gets rid of the rest of the people. I think it will be this. So it's the same as fans not being happy with Steve Cooper when we weren't in the relegation zone. Whereas Steve Cooper, the only thing the fans said at the beginning of the season was, I don't care whether we play good football, happy football, exciting football, as long as we stay up in the Premier League. But then a lot of fans were active in getting rid of Steve Cooper because they didn't like his football, even though we weren't in the relegation zone. So it was turgid in the first half, but I think the context of where we are as a club is important.
Okay, I take what Wayne is saying, Jim. But look, this was before today's game. So when you look at this, and Wayne saying, what do we expect? Well, in the last 5 games, Sheffield United have won, lost, drawn. Leicester have won, lost, won, drawn. I expected at least a draw because we've both got the same record.
But I think they were in better form with that. Ours was that roller coaster ride where we pull one out and then we look awful. And then we pull one out or draw and look awful. And the bad times were miserable. Those games like we just witnessed right now, they were miserable. I don't think their losses were as bad as our losses. And I mean, Wayne hit it right on the head. I was looking at our sub sheet. I mean, who we had on the bench, and it was nothing. I mean, granted, we had youngsters that we could have brought in, but you know, this is a very lean team.
Well, again, Jim, let me come back to you with that one. You say we had nothing on the bench. We had what most of the fans have been screaming for all season, which is the youngsters.
The youngsters, yeah.
Time.
No, and I think right now we saw the other day when we got a win, we had quite a few young ones on the field, and it was exciting. And I mean, as fans, we wouldn't have had a problem if the same group that ended that match started this one. So I think we're prime right now for getting them out there. If they're going to show this kind of display, put all the young ones out there, as long as JJ's out there with them. It's just miserable. And I mean, we knew Manga, Begovic, Daka, forget that. It's nice to see Louis Page. Hamza's going to be around. Vestergaard's got to go. Aluko. It would just want not a whole lot on the bench. And this team right now, they've just got to make a decision. And Marty sure is showing us he can't make the right decisions lately of what direction they want to go. And we've been clamoring for getting the young ones. Let's just play them. Jesus, we can't see this again.
Now, I know I'm kind of hungover here, Wayne. Was it as bad as this? Because I'm sorry, the QPR game was a lot worse. The first Sheffield United game was a lot worse. Many games we played last season were a lot worse. Has Vestergaard got to go? He is our most experienced centre-back, and you need somebody. You can't just have no experienced players there. You know, if we're getting rid of let me just go back to Jim with this one. If you're going to get rid of Vestergaard, do you keep Wout Faes then?
No, but definitely not. I would keep Vestergaard before Wout Faes, but you just remember a week or two ago or a game or two ago when we were talking about the lineup with Nelson playing very well and Okoli with his athletic ability. I mean, those will seem to be the pairing going forward because Yannick was out hurt. I'm just saying there's just not a lot there. I mean, Wayne said it. We are just a depleted team. So at this point, you know, get the young ones in there.
Fair point. Like I say, there's never anything wrong there's never wrong answers because it's all about opinions. Wayne, Like I said, I think I've seen a lot worse than that, to be honest with you. The first half was totally and utterly boring. I was ready to have a nap at half time. I was hoping I could have gone off and had a nap. But when you look at the team that was there, and the QPR fan said it so right. He said, "This is Marty. You'll have a couple of decent results, and he'll probably save his job." And then you'll have a look at it and go, yeah, that one wasn't, wasn't very good. Then he'll lose one. Then it's like the Mermaids. Then he'll go out and win one. Like I say, win one, lose one, win two, lose two. And I know it's a transition period, but how can we be so different? Tom said it right at the start. He said it's a guessing game today. What Leicester's going to turn up?
Yeah. He did, and I do think on further point to what Jim made, I think although the results of both teams are win, loss, draw, Sheffield United started from a very low position in the league, and we were second or third in the league. So trajectories, we are on different trajectories slightly. And I do think like he tried Silko Thomas up front, and I think if that was against a Derby or an Oxford, or a Portsmouth, it probably would have got on better. But we just came across a very well. One thing Wilder's done with exactly the same players, he's got them playing as a team. They fight tooth and nail for everybody. They were getting to the first ball. And you're right, Chris. It's like Steve said, and some of the guys said in the chat. The first half was absolutely woeful. I mean, we had one touch in the opponent's box. One shot, not on target. They got loads. So it was an atrocious first half, and if you're going to pay into the match, I'd be pissed off, definitely. But I think...
So was this the wrong game then, Jim? Was this the wrong game? Because I was saying beforehand, look, Silko Thomas didn't have a brilliant game, in my opinion. He wasn't testing the goalkeeper, but he wasn't getting the service. It was a bit like Vardy last season, Yes, he didn't score many goals, but then he didn't get a lot of service. Was this the wrong game to start Silko Thomas in?
It may have been. I mean, I think Wayne said how disciplined they were, and it was a strong team. We talked about that once again a couple matches ago on the post-match about the young players of picking the right games for them to start, the right games, the right places, and against the right teams and configurations they were facing. It was nice. I was a little bit excited to see that change, saying, okay, maybe he's given him a chance. Maybe he saw something in training this week. Maybe IU had something, come up a little bit. It was a little bit nicked up. I don't know. So I was excited at first, but I don't know. That's tough to call. I mean, if he would have done great, we'd have said, hey, great job starting him. But I don't know. At this point, it's almost ready to start taking more chances.
Yeah. All the best, Prashant, by the way. Take care, buddy. Thanks for popping in. Look, we've dropped down to 13th. We're on 34 points. If we do only get 9... then that's going to take us to 25. That is going to take us to 21st because Portsmouth have got minus 14 and we're not that bad yet. Norwich, who won today, but Blackburn, even Charlton showed some fight. It's just a case of why, Wayne, can't we do it week in, week out? I'm not expecting us to go and play every game and play like, Brazil and win everything 3 or 4-0. But we can beat Derby and we can't beat Sheffield United. Sheffield United, when we played them last time, played 4-4-2. We played 4-2-3-1. We were fucked in the first half. This game, they played 4-4-2. We weren't as fucked, but we were nowhere in that game. In fact, it was almost like, remember last season I used to say that Leicester used to only like playing in one half of the pitch? Because if ever we went over the halfway line, we got nosebleeds. That was what we were watching today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look at the results though, Chris. You got Derby beat Middlesbrough 1-0, Charlton draw with Coventry 1 each, Hull, who are on a brilliant run of form, lost against Stoke. Ipswich only just beat Oxford. You know, QPR, who thumped us 4-1, lost 2-1 to Norwich. So there are strange results in this league.
Yeah.
But I just think where we are. So I put a note here. Right, was the first half absolutely shit? Yeah, it was. It was woefully bad. In fact, if Brian wasn't watching the football with me, I was coming on this pod, I probably would have switched it off and gone and tidied the garage up. But there are positives, as in like a Coley and Nelson starting to build something together. And the subs worked. A lot of elements of introducing the younger players into this squad, because we are getting rid of all the shit attitude, overpaid or too old players. And we are having to rely on the younger players. Not all of them won't work, because that's just unreasonable to expect all young players to come in into work. But a good number of things are working. Like, look at Louis Page when he came on. Wow, what a player. So there are positives that we can use going forward for the rest of the season that are starting to take shape in the transitional period of getting rid of all the shit. You won't get rid of a load of shit. You know, if you're clearing your house out and having a good gut, it will look an absolute crap hole of a mess for a few days until you get it all out, sort it throughout, and then you feel like you're getting somewhere. I think that's just where we are.
Jim, you wanted to add something there?
Yeah, and like Wayne said, instead of just completely emptying the bench and putting all young players on there, you can pick and choose a couple of your experienced players, but get regular play for the young players. Because to his point with Louis Page coming in, he came in because he's got a few minutes here and there now. He came in, I think, with a little more confidence. Same way with Bobby DeCover-Reed. I think he had a bad game today, but I mean, he had been playing with so much confidence because he's seeing the field. He's seeing the field. And I think that's so important for these guys if they see it without all the pressure on their shoulders. So, yeah, going forward, mix and match them, get the young, but get them time one way or another. You start one, you come in off the bench on the next, or vice versa.
Let's go back, Wayne, then to the start. I've written down here, this was in the first minute. I don't want to go back to the Sheffield, the other game, the first half, but I will say first of all, sorry. I don't know, Jim picked me up on this. The actual lady that was co-commentating on the game actually did get better. Now, I've got absolutely nothing against the women's game. If you follow this channel, you know that I will not watch England men, but I will watch England women. I think it's a lot more exciting. There's none of this theatrical diving and play acting. But for me, it's just men commentate on men and women commentate on women, and because that's the game they've played. But she did say a lot of good points, which we'll come on to. At 52 seconds into the game, Wayne, I put Leicester defending with head tennis and not clearing. That first, and I was panicking, having obviously what happened last time. Sheffield United obviously just went for us, thinking like, well, it happened last time, who knows? We were all over the place at the start of that game, weren't we?
We were. I mean, I was watching it with my brother Brian. We were saying that the pressure Sheffield United are putting on us, they're going man to man, that they're really aggressively pressing us. And what was frustrating is then, because my brother said, he says, Silko Thomas has had a really poor game. But we were just lumping it up in the air to him. And Sheffield United are too strong in the air. They're too strong in the air. So that's the thing so when me and brother talking about it, I says, yeah, but I've seen them do drills in training where they're in a, I don't know, 20-foot square circle. That doesn't exist. 20-foot diameter circle. And they play one-touch football. So they literally practice people putting pressure on them and keeping the ball. So when the idea is then when you get teams high pressing you, you don't think, oh shit, you keep your head and you keep passing the ball. And I don't think we did that at all in the first half. And I think Sheffield United, as Richard said, bullied us off the pitch, high pressed us, forced us into the long ball. It didn't work. And it did make our defence panic. But overall, though, I do think our defence is developing better.
Okay. Fair point.
As in like Nelson and Nicola.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. Okay, looking at that defence then, Jim. I don't think we need any more centre backs. We've got Suter to come back, and I'd like him to be given a chance. Like you say, let's get rid of Faze, because Suter could be back by the end of the month. We're going to sell this. I mean, this is what pisses me off, Jim. The managers, and Rude said this last year so much, and Marty said it, well, they do so well in training.
Yeah. Well,
I don't give a fucking flying arsehole what they do in training. I want to see them do it on the actual ground, the football grounds. And, if you're saying, well, we're going to play, we're going to get rid of Suter because he's not been really showing it in the training. And yet you're keeping hold of Vestergaard and Faze who aren't showing it on the pitch. Give him a chance to show it on the pitch.
Yeah.
Ricardo today, and I'm fed up with reading my notes about Ricardo, he was as shit as a piece of used toilet paper. I mean, what is the point of him? He is the new Wout Faze in the fact that he's taken the oxygen up of another player that could be out there.
A couple of things. First thing you mentioned about the team and about Suter and all them. Training ground, I think it's a combination of training ground and on the pitch. You have in all sports, you have players that are practice players, look great in practice, look great in training, but they hit the field or the court or whatever it is, and they look awful. And then you have the flip side, the ones that really don't seem to really, shine in practice, but when it comes game time, no matter what the sport, no matter what the field, they shine. So a good manager needs to read in between. He needs to know that this star does really well on the game, regardless of the practice, or vice versa. If they just read training ground every single time, then they get out there and they're shit in the games. He's got to be stupid if he just keeps putting them there. On the second part about Ricky P, I know Wayne and I have been big fans for all. He's done in my mind. It wasn't just you that convinced me. It was watching him out there today. I don't think he brings anything at all right now. And somebody else could wear the captain's band on the pitch.
Stop agreeing with me, Wayne. You did this the other night. I don't like it when you agree with me. I think you're gonna say something else now. You should have stopped agreeing with me.
All right.
Okay. Somebody said in the chat, Wayne. What did they say in the chat? Is it worth getting Koulibaly back? Because apparently they want to cut short his loan. I've not read that.
Yeah, I saw that rumour, and yeah, it would be worth it because you want to build something. And when he came on, we all liked him, didn't we? When he came on,
yeah. I'm a bit worried that he's not going to turn into a Tete because we've already seen him play once and he had a good game, but then so did Tete.
Yeah, but it got so when Koulibaly came on, he got tenacity. And when you start watching somebody play, thinking, okay, so what's he like? He was like jumping in, getting tackles in. He was running forward, playing 1-2s. He ended up playing on the wing. But then as soon as the move broke down, he ran back really quickly. So really spatially aware, really good ball control, really good dribbling. And you're thinking, well, that's everything you want from a fast, young, quick central defender. That's everything. Yeah. That's everything. If you got a tick list with a perfect defender, that's him. So that'd be a good move. That would be a good move. And it was a shit first half. And also the wingers, our wingers lately are really ineffective and they're really weaken our overall side down. So that's why we couldn't get any. So wingers, if Sheffield United were putting pressure on us, the wingers, when they get the ball, they should give us breathing space. They should go on their runs, do 1 or 2 link-ups and progress the ball further up the pitch. We're just booting the ball long because the wingers, I mean, Fatawu and Mavididi were losing the ball all the time. And then when they lost the ball, they couldn't. I mean, Mavididi especially, he wasn't tackling the player. He was missing the tackles, and yeah, that weakens the side significantly. Yeah.
All right, let me ask this to you then. We'll come on to Mavididi in a minute, and I'll ask this of a few players. Vestergaard is injured, Jim. So we're kind of stuck with either Thomas or Aluko. And to be honest, Aluko wasn't overly brilliant in that game. And I feel a bit sorry for him because he's kind of, a bit like Nelson. When he had one bad game, we never saw him for, a couple of months. And I hope it's not going to happen with Aluko. Do you accept an offer for Thomas if one comes in? Or surely we've got to wait and see if we've got a replacement first of all?
Well, first of all, I think, Thomas had his ups and downs in the last couple of seasons, but I thought this year was his coming out. He had been playing really well, aggressive. What I'd like seeing from him today wasn't the case. I thought I had a couple of the players that just had bad games, and he was one. He was off. He allowed that either the second or the third goal. Yeah, it was the last goal by them. He just allowed the guy to beat him, him badly. So I think it was a bad game. I still like him. He's a product. He's come up through. Koulibaly, yeah, and bring him back like Wayne said. But I wouldn't let go Thomas.
I get what you say, but I think we can do better, can't we, Jim?
Oh, of course we can. We can do better in all our the positions except for JJ. I don't know. I think right now it's just we're grasping at straws because what we're seeing is Wayne's word. My word for today I like is woeful. We're just seeing this woeful display, and it's got us just like, what are we going to do? Where are we going to go? Let's get rid of this guy. I think we gotta be smart in what we're thinking, and to your point, be careful on whether what you're seeing on the practice ground and on the pitch. If they're not performing on the pitch, that's where the rubber meets the road, and that's where the money is made. So we got to really be smart these next couple of weeks on what. When I say we, unfortunately, it's not me, you, and Wayne making the decisions. It's Marty making the decisions. But
maybe it should be. Maybe it should be the three of us.
Maybe.
I've just got one point, Chris. I just know that on the Leicester City's official thing, they had tags saying, I think when you look at that half, I think we're struggling to get a grip of the game. Tag's reasoning was the pitch looks a bit bobbly. So he's blaming the fact that we couldn't get hold of the ball in midfield and play beautiful football.
Marty has said that, has he?
Hey?
Marty has said that.
No, Jerry Taggart.
Oh.
Yeah, he said the pitch is a bit bobbly. I mean, come on, you can't. Don't go there.
Oh, that is no, that's you can't. No, that's Jerry. I'm disappointed in you. I really am.
Pitches these days are like golf courses, aren't they? Golf greens. The football.
Oh, compared to what they used to be like, if you watch the old games. In that first half, like we said, was really bad. James wasn't on it today at all. Wayne, is it a case of no James, no win?
He is. I mean, how many goals has he scored now? I mean, my goodness me.
It's fine.
9 he's got this season.
Yeah, 9. And the way that shot, I mean, I know it did take a slight deflection, but he's just able to. Some players can just score from any position. I think Ramsey, it's been gutting that he's got injured. But JJ, I mean, he scores from everywhere. He knows exactly where the goalposts are, and he's just fantastic. And I did want to put a bet on it that he will get double figures in goals this season. I never got round to it. Not an I'm betting man, but you could see him getting like 15 goals. Who's that photo?
Ricardo's coming in to sign a new contract, apparently.
Hey.
Now, did you see, though, Chris, did you see, to Wayne's point, did you see James when he dribbled before that goal? He dribbled right through the midfield with determination, lost the ball. Luckily, it fell to us, back right to him. And to Wayne's point, he didn't waste a second. He just blasted it. And it was just the determination at that point. He had that thing we've asked for all season. I could see it in his eyes from way over here. He was determined, and we haven't seen that. And God, I think to your point, it shouldn't just be how he goes, we go. But man, that was just determination.
I asked the question during the chat. We have got Antonio possibly waiting to be signed, and the sooner he bloody does, the better. Carranza looked like he's going back to Mexico, and I'm not blaming the board for getting Carranza in, because thankfully they only got him in on a loan. They'd obviously learnt from the Edouard fiasco that they didn't get him on not being able to send him back. You don't know when you take a player on loan whether they're going to work or not, you know. But would you take Bamford? Because Bamford's contract at Sheffield United is up after the FA Cup round this month, in fact, and he will be a free agent again. I think he'd probably be snapped up by Sheffield United. But would you take him, Jim?
I would. I thought he looked strong early in the first half. He does play with a little edge. I would be shocked if Sheff United wouldn't retain him, but no, I would take him.
Yeah, no, fair point. After 15 minutes, Jim, I wrote down first 15 all Sheffield United, and then as soon as I said that, there was a thing came up on the screen, a graphic of the split where they split it into thirds, the middle third and then either end. 41% of the action in that first half was in our defensive third.
Oh, absolutely, and it reminded me of those games that we were playing the prevent defense when we were back the whole time and we were busy defending, but we could not win the midfield. Wayne mentioned earlier our attackers weren't helping. It rested that all that time in our own half. It was almost like a precursor of what's coming. If this thing continued, I think I texted it to Tom. If this continues, it's going to be, what's the word, Wayne? Woeful. And it was. But it was, no, to your point, it was an indication early that, this is not looking good. We couldn't control anything.
A lot of people have said to me, Wayne, that I might be being unfair on Ricardo and what have you, and I'm glad to see, like with Jim was agreeing with me. All in that first half Sheffield United seemed to be doing, was attacking down their left, our right, which is where Ricardo should be. They were getting so much space down there, they could have actually camped up and put a picnic out. There was that much space. And at one point, Ricardo, and I did ask Tom this at half time. Ricardo is a right back, if my memory serves me right. And so what does he do from right back? He runs past one of our centre backs, Okoli, to try and make a defence, do something in defence, leaving Patrick Bamford more open than a priest's cassock when the choir boys are practicing. And, he just literally had a shot and thankfully it didn't go anywhere. He did that. I mean, it was just absolutely awful. I'm going to say this now. I'll say this now. He's my donkey of the match. And there was a few that could have got it. It was what? And this is supposed to be our captain.
Yeah, when I was watching it, Brian, he was leaving that McCallum as well. He was leaving him loose on the end and getting sucked into midfield. Go on, Chris. Why am
I trying to give up drinking?
Where's your
it's the hair of the dog.
Where's your sniffy stick, Chris?
If that's what you call it, Wayne. We all have our nicknames for it, but I've never heard it called a sniffy stick before.
Yeah, but it was. And the thing is, Ricardo's got he's an intelligent footballer. And, you know, like you guys said, we love Ricky P, but his time's gone because the Championship has moved on. I mean, look at how well Sunderland are doing, and even Leeds now showing so real fight. I think the standard of the Championship, I've been surprised how much higher it is. Nobody sitting back boring, hoping to get 1-0 wins. A lot of high pressing, a lot of great forward dynamic play, very athletic, fit people who can play football. And it's like we were talking about some guys in the chat, Clibo was talking about JJ will be going to the Premier League. Because really, JJ, Ramsey can see his Premier League, JJ, Nelson definitely, but then who else have we got that's playoff quality? You know, getting in. We haven't got them, so that's why we've got to rebuild it. I think this season has exposed how poor we are, and we are without. You think about it. At the beginning of the season, you said we're not going to be playing Faz, Winks, Samara, Dakar, and even Vestergaard. We'd have thought we can't survive with not playing those 5 people, but we're not playing those 5 people.
I have to say, Wayne, you've completely confused me because I don't know what my question was. So I don't know if you answered it or not there because you completely went off on a different topic.
I probably didn't. Yeah, I'm just trying to be positive, Chris, because the thing is with fans, I get like a lot of people. It's a passionate thing, but I think the context, I don't want to get dejected about this side. And I just think...
No. But please do.
About Ricky P, Chris, you said about Ricky P, and yeah, he is past it. And that's because we need younger 23 to 5-year-old players. And all the best teams we've played this season have that age group in their sides.
Yeah, I may be Legion, but I'm not going through all the questions at all because we're going through notes. Wayne, now your question is,
right.
You might want to make a note of this. In that first half, do we actually send Ramsey back and say we've got Dakota Reed as our first choice number 10 with Louis Page fighting him for that position? Because I don't think we're going to see much of Ramsey now, to be honest with you. And Dakota Reed was absolutely awful this game as well.
It was. I just think they are a very strong physical side, and because we are quite paper thin in our confidence and our inner belief, you only look at Mavididi and the way he plays. Apart from JJ, I just think it was the perfect game for a lot of people to play poorly, and we couldn't get it together. But I do think, luckily, the subs did help change the dynamic of the side. But in the first half, we were way off it. We couldn't get near it. We hadn't got the goods to deal with what Sheffield United were doing, and that's just what it is. Yeah, it was a painful watch the first half.
Sorry, Jim. I thought I'd said Jim there, and I have no idea what I'm doing today. I told you.
All we want to say is New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve.
Please. Oh, we New Year's afternoon as well. Yeah. So I mean, the thing is, though, Jim, Dick Cordova-Reid was awful, but we've been joined by somebody. We'll bring him in a second. Nice to see you, Tom. He was awful, Dakota-Reid, but he was never in his number 10 position because we never got out of our own half, did we?
No, and I think not just that. I would give him credit. He just the same way I said earlier with Thomas, but even more with Dakota-Reid. He has put a bright spot on us this season. And as much as we were glad to see Tom pop in, we were glad when Dakota-Reid started showing promise. They're all going to have bad games. It comes down, like Wayne said, matchups. So I think it just may have just been the perfect storm for these young guys to hit a physical team and not show what they've been doing for us. But I'd be happy with Bobby Dakota-Reid. He has given us bright spots. He's scored 2 early goals in games that got us off on the front foot. Once again, today we conceded first. That is a recipe for disaster for this Leicester team. So, no, I was okay with Bobby. Ricky's done. Ricky P's done. But some of these other ones, keep giving them opportunities. Keep giving them opportunities. That's what they need, because they need that. As long as they get that time on the field, they're going to continue to improve. And let's face it, before we turn it over to the professor of football, Tom, we deep in our hearts, we know that we're not going up this year. So we need to steady the ship, figure out what we want to do going forward next year, and then be something. And the only way to do it is if you're going to keep the youngsters, get them play and give them confidence. There, I'm done.
Welcome along, Tom.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm so late. I had to change a router over my end. I didn't even see the Leicester goal.
Well, you didn't miss much, like I say. In that first half, which obviously you did see, Fatawu got booked for simulation.
Yeah, he's terrified of getting crunched, isn't he? I mean, if there's something I've noticed about Abdul, he shirks away from challenges, which is why you end up in a position where you're second guessing if someone's going to take you down, and then you look a bit of a twat when the guy pulls out of it, which is what he was doing, you know. So, I mean, I'd just like him to appreciate, Chris, Abdul, that he'll be a better footballer if he gets over this head problem in regard to, like, he might get nailed by other players and all the rest of it. If he wants to be world class, that's a part of the deal. You know, you can't be lightweight and be a top elite player. Even people like Messi, Ronaldo, they've got a bit of friction on them. You can't just bump them off easy, you know, and that's something he's got to work on, you know. And if he can do that, then, you know, the ceiling's a limit for him. But for us this year, we need him to not get himself in that position, because the problem is that a lot of our form is dependent on him. A lot of our form is dependent on him scoring from long range at the moment, because we're crap at everything else. So we need him to be at his best, and people need to have a word with him, because he doesn't seem to be learning this is what this league's about. And like I say, it can only help progress him as a footballer as well.
No, totally. And it was so bloody obvious when you saw it from the sidelines, you know.
Yeah, and it wasn't a dive. It was just more of a case of he knew there's a chance.
I think it was.
Well,
he dive.
No, what it was that he thought something was coming because it's been coming at him, and then he decided to sort of go down in preparation for it and almost take the hit like he was a pro wrestler.
But is that not a dive? Going down with thinking you're going to get hit, is that not a definition of a dive?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe that is exactly what a dive is.
He did get cleared out, and he should have had a bloody free kick from that guy who literally cleared him out. How that guy never got a free kick. So he probably expected another one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's it. He was anticipating getting hit, wasn't he? But the problem is then the guy pulls out, makes him look silly.
Neil absolutely, obviously knows what he's talking about. He agrees with me 100%. So he got a yellow card for diving, his 6th of the season. Does he miss the next game? I don't know how many you got to collect.
I think he probably will now. He was on 4, wasn't he? So he probably missed the next game. Does that mean Silko will be on the right wing next time?
Well, yeah, possibly. Talking of left and we'll come on to that bit later. Our first attempt on goal was on 30 minutes, Wayne. And at half time, that was it. That was all we had. An XG of 0.02, the one shot, and 2 touches in their box.
Exciting half, wasn't it, Chris?
Honestly, I was literally at some point having to hold my eyes open with matchsticks.
I was sticking peanuts at Brian, my brother.
Yeah, when you look at that, you've got to say that's not good form. Are we not doing the basics? Are we not teaching them how to pass a ball from one of them to another?
Well, yeah, they do all those drills. They do the 20-foot diameter one touch under pressure. The professional people and think very fast, and they've got the skills. The heads go, and I think that first half indicated the paper thin resolve and mental sort of strength that this squad's got, because we are more younger, and we didn't have it anyway with all the other players that were, thank God, going to get rid of finally. that are not really featuring in the squad at the minute. And you won't build that, like Nigel Pearson didn't build the Great Escape and the Premier winning side. He didn't just click his fingers. It was slowly built.
It was, but
so it will be slowly built because we've got younger players.
But whether you're young or whether you're old, Wayne, and I'm going to disagree with you here. I'm sorry. Gray said we can't do any basics, but whether you're young, whether you're old, you should be able to know how to pass a ball to somebody else that wears the same colour shirt as you are doing.
Yeah, I think Louis Page can, Chris. I think Louis Page is very clear that he can do what Ramsey does and JJ does, be in the middle of a load of people, and he can keep his head. He can see, he still have the clear vision in a group of players and the speed of thought to execute and the skill to execute. I don't think we've got that level of player throughout the squad, without our team. I think there's a reason why Andy King said Louis Page he can play in about 7 different positions out of the 10. And he's the most intelligent player coming out of the academy that we've got. And you can just, when Louis Page, you can just see it when he comes on. Louis Page, you could see him in the middle of a Premier League side. He's that good quality. He needs more time to develop.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying everybody like that, but the majority of them can't seem to pass. And this is a problem, Jim, that's going way, way back to last year, and I don't care whether if you were a professional footballer, I would expect that 10-year-olds, let's go back to 7-year-olds, if you got them in on a training game or a training session, would at least be able to pass the ball to another person and receive it back.
Yeah, and once again, I do believe these guys know how to pass. I believe that they're professionals and they've come up through the ranks and impressed enough people to be signed, okay? But why aren't they doing it? That's really the question. And we're going to probably touch on it. Let's start now. It's the manager. Why isn't the manager noticing that? Why isn't the manager able to do more with less? Because we certainly have less.
Yes, yeah. Jim, I'll stick with you for this one. 35 minutes. We're thinking we haven't conceded yet. What's going on? We survived the first, 5 minutes and then another half an hour on top of that. And then suddenly, Sheffield United scored from a corner, I do believe, if my memory serves me right. Now, again, God, I can't believe I'm having to... We can see these things as fans. Why can't the fucking coaching staff see these things? Sheffield United have scored more goals from corners than any other team in this fucking division. So isn't somebody at Leicester got the brains to look at it and go, wow, we need to make sure that we get these, we defend these corners properly? Is that too much to ask that they do a bit of homework?
No, you're absolutely right. Like any fans, when you watch something, you think, why the hell can't the coaches see it? Why can't the manager see it? Why are we seeing it with it? But no, you're right. Coming into it, they should have known that. And if they did and didn't do anything about it, shame on them. On that particular play, JJ left his man completely unmarked. He had a clear path to the ball and just put a nice hit right on in. So it was unmarked. Who marked him? How are we covering this corner kick? I hate to say it because that's twice we agree. You have a great point. We should have been more prepared.
Am I still drunk or what?
You are. You are.
I must be. That's two agreements. I can't remember how many we got last time. I think it was about 7, to be honest with you. But yeah, like I say, to me, it is just a case of doing your bloody homework. Leicester City, at that point, well, it didn't get any better, did it? But Leicester City at that point, I'll stick with you, Jim, for this, 19 games in the Championship without having a clean sheet. 19 consecutive games without keeping a clean sheet. Now, you may remember this, because the last time that happened was in 1949.
It was a few years before I was born, so I'm not sure that I do remember that. But you can tell us all about
I couldn't resist it.
Tell us all about it when you were married and having kids that back then. I get it.
Oxford have gone 15 games, Birmingham 16. I mean, that is horrendous. I mean, all right, you can say it was worse last season and what have you. Yeah, of course it was. But 19 games without keeping a clean sheet, Jim.
Well, and I'm not surprised. No, first of all, I don't think Stolarczyk is that bad of a keeper. Begovic, when they come in, played some decent minutes. I just think it tells you the topsy-turviness and the up and down of our team. We haven't been established in positions, especially the back line, and those that play outside of it, like Ricky P, has not had a stellar season. We've had players in the midfield. You know, Winks is never going to see the pitch again. Skip has suddenly had a revitalization, but early it was horrible. I'm not surprised. We haven't had that established. I mean, think about the championship team that we had. Those players knew each other and had each other's backs every single match. And for the majority of the time, it was the same lineup out there. So I think that I'm not shocked because of that, but we just haven't really played good defense in front of our keeper. And it enabled them to get, in some cases, ridiculously easy shots.
Oh, I've just put it out there. Clibo says he's managed to make Monga bang average. Certainly Monga doesn't look the player that he was because he went 5 or 6 games without being playing. He doesn't look that. You watch our board sack Marty when the window is closed, said Nick. Clibo says, do not trust this manager with a transfer budget. I mean, dude, let's get the elephant out in the room. And like I say, I don't think we're going to sack him because I look at him and think that we can't afford to because of the Ruud van Nistelrooy being sacked this financial season. But Tom, sometimes I look at a performance like that and I'm thinking he has to go. Then I look at the Derby game and think, yeah, maybe he's on the edge of doing something. I still think he's a bit of a useless see you next Tuesday, to be honest with you, at times. But would anybody, and this is the question, this is what stops me actually saying I want him sacked, would anybody we brought in, and look, let's just be silly for the moment, if we brought Pep Guardiola in, would he be able to get a tune out of these load of fiddlers?
And that's the worry, isn't it? I mean, and that's my worry when it comes to do we consider sacking him? Because sometimes you can sack a manager and you get the instant little boost, but then you can look back to when we got relegated under Dean Smith, and you could probably argue by that point we were so committed to Brendan, it was too little, too late. No matter what we did, we probably better off sticking with him, to the bitter end of that point. So I don't know. I mean, there's a comment there from Matthew Burke there, which is a good one actually to piggyback off as well. I'd sack him and put King in. I mean, that is another option you could look at, but you've got to appreciate that it's going to be a similar system with a similar principle, right? And that's what worries me in regard to sacking him, because we know what the board wants, we know what Top wants, the certain style of football. I don't see them deviating away from a plan of what they want to do, because they've tried that before and we got relegated. So I think they're going to now stick steadfast, and I think it'll be replacing like for like anyway. So ultimately, if we stay up this year, we got to reset anyway. It'll kind of teach the club a lesson of how badly we've been managed above the managerial position for a long time.
Club could learn a lesson, to be honest with you.
Well, I think they're going to have to force to be, Chris. They're going to have to not get the Premier League money, which is what they're dependent on in order to be able to turn this ship around. And then they're going to have to make do. They're going to have to play the youth then. They're going to have to get rid of all the dead legs we don't particularly want to anymore. They might be buttering up members of the club to keep themselves in jobs. But for me, like, it's a very sad place to be when you can say, look, we can sack him. I wouldn't be against sacking him, but I'm more like, well, what's the point? Because of what the club's like.
Yes, yeah. A comment there. What's your name, Wayne? A comment there. Sorry, I can't multitask when I'm sober. I bet you Wilder would have built a spine in the very least, grit, determination, and fight. I put a thing up a couple of when we played Sheffield Wednesday the first time. I said, "Here's what you could have had." Do you think he would have made that much of a difference? Do you think we'd be in a better position with the players we've got under Chris Wilder?
Yes, I do, and this is the internal argument between Cooper or, and his style, although apparently Cooper is very similar to a Marty style where he likes the formation, then more freedom going forward. And he's not like an Enzo Maresca that micromanages everything. But yeah, he would have built better character. And the one thing I'm surprised, the main thing I'm disappointed with Marty is I do agree with what Clibbo says. Monga, I love Monga. I've got him on the back of my shirt. I think he's best to move to another club to get to be in a better functioning side, so he can develop his game. And if I was his dad or part of his care package, I'd be advising him to move from Leicester because it's not really working for him. But I forgot what I was going to say then. I completely lost it. There you go. Completely lost it.
You're same as me.
Wilder would have built more character. And Marty, the one thing I'm disappointed, he hasn't built the character you need to be mid-table even in the Championship. You can't play just good football. Look at Winks. Let's recirculate the ball and let me get my 100 360 passes a game. What fuck all effect in the match? I'm sorry, Winks, useless in this modern, dynamic, more skillful Championship. And Marty has not built a character, and we've lost or drawn a lot of games because our character is lacking. But then if we want the dynamic is if you want younger players, people say get rid of more play the younger players. Will that develop character? I don't think it will.
Well, I think what you got to do, Wayne, is with that. Sorry, Chris. I was going to.
No, carry on. Please do.
Here's the hangover. What I was going to say was you have to be someone with a little bit of discipline. You have to be the right kind of manager. You're dealing with young players who need that direction, need that little bit of discipline. And then you got the malcontents. You got the ones that are the dead wood. And you got to have the balls to be able to just say, you're done. You're not going to see the bench anymore. The young kids, you got to have them on their toes. If it's just a happy-go-lucky manager or one that's quiet or one that's not got a fire and desire in them, these young kids are going to feed off of that. And they're just going to be, oh, by the way, yeah, I didn't play. Oh, well. If you got a guy that shows some fire and desire, or some of these, I don't want to say age is a thing, but some of these experienced managers that have an edge to them, it'll come across to the young players. It'll set a tone to the old players like, you're done. I don't want to see it again. You're done. And the young players will have something to strive for. And I just don't see that with Marty. I just don't. Sorry.
No, not at all. Something, Jim, I'll stick with you. Something that forgotten her name now. Courtney Sweetman.
Yeah.
Kirk, yeah. Something she said that I don't know whether I heard this right or not, that we were said it's hard to sort of do good defending when you're playing half zonal, half man marking.
No, that was when she was getting better on her coverage of the match. We don't even know what we're doing half the time. I think that once again you got to match our players and our style that we play to the team we're playing. And as Wayne said in the very beginning of this post match, they were a difficult squad, and we might not have had the right marking system and the right players out there that go against it.
No, fair point. Half time, would you have made subs at that point, Tom?
Yeah, 100%. I'd have gone 3-5-2, as Neil's put in the chat there, because at that point, it was very apparent we couldn't play a long ball without losing the ball straight away. We couldn't play a short ball without miskicking it if your name is Luke Thomas or Ricardo Pereira and giving the ball away. So the pressure was all coming onto us. We also have the track record of history on our side showing that when we go against Sheffield United and when any team presses Sheffield United high up and towards their back line, you're going to get results. Wrexham put 5 past them the other day. I mean, that's how they did it. They pressed them high up. The formation of 3-5-2 that naturally makes us do that because of where the positioning is on the pitch. So I do not understand why he's not gone into it more, because the reality is if you want to stick playing 4-2-3-1, we need better players, guys. Have we got money to go out and spend £5 million here, £5 million there, £10 million here to maybe get to a 75% decent player nowadays? We don't. Have we got the scouting network to find a Riyad Mahrez anymore? We don't, because we've not been doing it. And this is the problem. So for me, yeah, Chris, I definitely would have changed it to 3-5-2 at half-time immediately. Would have made a couple of substitutions as well. And I would have put Sheffield United on the back foot immediately because they've shown a susceptibility there. And it goes back to what you guys were rightly saying before of where was the due diligence going into this match of what we're going to do to counteract their worst effects. We seem to know what we're going to do or try and do every game. And half the time it doesn't bloody work. And then we're sat having the same discussion, aren't we? And that's why people start putting pictures up of Marty like this, because that falls down on him.
No, I agree. And Clipper says play a Luca, then playing 3 at the back is possible. Wayne, I get confused because, look, when we played them last time, we were 3-0 down at half-time, and we changed at half-time, and we changed the system.
Yeah.
And then we came out and we actually got 2 goals back and we're making them sweat. So I guess, we're only 1-0 down. Let's carry on playing shit.
Yeah, that's the one thing further to Tom and the formation. That's the one thing that I'm just so frustrated with Marty, because the better managers, like your Sunderland manager, they'll change formation mid-match depending on who they're playing. They won't do the Maresca where he nearly spaffed it with 17 points in the Championship by playing the same regimented, micromanaging people. And the formation, I remember Wilder in that match. Wilder was biting his nails. Wilder was shitting his pants on the sidelines. In fact, we could have got a 3 each. We could have gone on to draw or win that game. Was it a disallowed goal or an offside, something like that, or something that was very close? But anyway, so Wilder was shitting his pants, changed formation. And like you said, why can't Marty, having done that when we played him early in the season, why can't he change that earlier? And it's like sometimes some fans have criticised Marty for his slowness in making important, dynamic change in either formation or introducing more dynamic players like Page, who played brilliantly when he came on. So why can't, and I do think Marty is stubborn, and I do think that's the fallout from the Pep absolute system-orientated football.
Yeah. Into the second half, Jim, and to me, I put that up before, but I think it is so spot on. Here's what we could have won with Chris Wilder. This is my first one of these, and I could have done many, but I thought I'd save it for this.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
It's our first no shit Sherlock of the show. The male commentator, when we came out, no changes. I thought they were going to start playing music before they did start playing music before the kickoff. Then we finally got going, and the commentator said, Leicester City need to be better.
Give that man the manager's job. He understands the problem.
He did say, in fairness to him, I may be stating the obvious here.
Yeah, you think?
I mean, okay, and then, we did. 46 minutes, Sheffield United had a shot, and I thought, here we go. And you know what the thing was, Jim? No Ricardo there. Where he was, I don't know. There was 2 players that the Sheffield United player got past. Maybe one of those was Ricardo. Who knows? He may have been still in the dressing room, oiling his Zimmer frame. Cannon went down, wasn't a penalty, was it?
No, I didn't think so. I didn't think so at all. And that was one that he got right.
But and we're just coming back to the same things all the time here, Jim. 2-0 on 52 minutes. Tom Cannon.
You knew he was going to score. You knew it.
Yeah, he did. He was hated by Sheffield United fans. We're making them love him. What I've written down here was 3 words. So fucking easy. And it was. Thomas, what he was doing, maybe he thought, I'll give the Sheffield United player a piggyback. And I think, because that's what he did. And then when it ended up with the Sheffield, up with Tom Cannon, he shot it. I'm not sure there was 3 or 4 or 4 or 5 players that he shot it through to score the fucking goal. I'm sorry, I thought defenders were supposed to defend.
No, you're exactly right. Thomas looked so bad on that play. And even the announcer on the telecast, on the broadcast, said it was poor defending by Thomas. That was another one of those no shit Sherlocks. It really was. And it was too easy. And that was the one that I believe Tom said at halftime, Chris, we're only down 1-0. And I thought, he's got a good point. No, really. He got a good point because I thought, well, maybe he can change something up. And then the second half started with no subs and then that goal. And then it was like, okay, I get it. This is not meant to be.
Wayne, the point made there, I did notice at one point, said Neil, Abdul kept beckoning Ricky forward, but Ricky made Abdul come deep instead. And Abdul maybe thought, well, he's the captain. I'm going to do what he says.
Yeah, I don't know where Abdul's head is at the moment. I think he feels... I don't know whether that, sort of super long goal where he chipped the keeper, but I must say Sammy Braybrook scored an even longer one than him. So get your head back in the game, mate. Yeah. I don't know whether
he hasn't re-signed for Newport yet either.
No, he hasn't.
No.
And I always called him a Modric, and that he is a Modric. He is that good, but he needs a physical. He needs to beef up a bit. But yeah, Abdul. I know Kate and other people have been saying for a long time his head's gone, and he's so frustrating watching Abdul. That's what she said quite often. And when you look at him, he's like flapping his arms around. He's moaning like a teenager, and you're thinking, no, you're a professional sportsman. You are coming against people who want to beat you, who will try and outbeat physical you, do a bit of the dark art stuff. What are you made of? And I think the question is, he's not answering that question. He's got loads of ability, but his head and his attitude is not right, which
we should have him on here then if he doesn't answer the questions he's asked.
That's true. But yes, so basically,
sorry.
Who knows? It's an impossible question, Chris. Who knows whether he obeyed?
I know it is. I know. I'm sorry. I'm joking. I just couldn't resist it. Look, during the game, Tom, I said, well, if nothing else, I can't remember exactly what I said. I said, Jim will be getting excited now because on 56 minutes, AU came on for Silko Thomas and Chowdhury came on for Skip. I didn't think Skip was having an awful game, no worse than anybody else. It wasn't one of his better games. And look, I've got to say, Silko Thomas, he will have learned from that. He had, 50 minutes, 55 minutes of first team football. I think it was probably the wrong game to start him in, but I'm not going to criticise him when we've been calling for youngsters to start. I'm sorry, Jim. I'm going to ask Tom this, but was AU the right person to bring on?
I don't think either of those substitutions were the right substitutions for the time of the game we were at, to be honest. They didn't basically change the shape up particularly either, did they? It was just a like for like with Hamza coming on for Skip. You could argue that Hamza isn't as mobile as Skip, actually, ironically. So I found they were really bizarre, mate. I don't think Silko had a bad game at all either. I think you've got to also appreciate there was very little we were offering in attacking play in the attacking midfielders, let alone even getting to Silko, but he was getting in the right positions, but there was no support for him. And Daka did that for portions of this season as well, didn't he? So it's an ever extending problem, irrelevant to who plays there. So I was a bit surprised, because I kind of think Silko did nothing wrong. AU didn't do anything wrong either, but that's the point. Changes should change something, right?
Yeah,
these two
Silko
changes didn't do anything
wrong, but he was never going to score a goal, and that's what you want your strikers to do. You know.
Yeah, but Leicester aren't going to score a goal from open play because
no, and
that's the problem.
If we say that about Daka when he's on, we've also got to say it about Silko Thomas when he's on. Did he look like? And I'm not having to go. I think pleased to see him. We said at the start, pleased to see him in the team. These youngsters have to be given the chance. Unfortunately, I think it was the wrong game, but hindsight's a marvelous thing. Was they the right person to come on? I think we needed somebody with a bit of speed, but if you're going to bring on somebody with a bit of speed, that unfortunately is Daka. I want to see Antonio ASAP in a Leicester shirt. Jim, 60 minutes, the commentator said, I love this. These two, actually, despite everything I said, these two were some of the best commentators I've listened. I love what he said. This is a precarious thread that Leicester City are hanging on to. And I'm thinking, wham, you just hit that nail squarely on the head there, Mr. Commentator. And he did, didn't he? He was right.
Absolutely. I mean, and right after that, because he said no attempt by Leicester from inside of 25 yards at that point, 60 minutes. Yeah. And then soon after that, the same commentator said there was touches in the opponent's box. They had 31. We had 8. So, I mean, if that doesn't put a microcosm of what we're looking at, this announcer probably has seen a few of our games. That's what we've been living with. We've been living with this scene. No dynamic players up top to feed anybody. I don't care whether it's Jordan Ayew, Daka, or Silko Thomas. We weren't getting the ball to them. They weren't making their runs. It just was non-effective up front. And back to the coaching staff we mentioned earlier, don't they have anybody that can teach these players how to get the ball to them? I'm sure they do in training ground, but it doesn't transfer out to the game fields.
In fact, it was worse than that as well, Jim. Sorry, I just went into Star Trekking Across the Universe. It's worse than that. He's dead, Jim. Anybody remembers that? Sorry, I fucking just gone off on one then.
You'll sober up tomorrow.
I hope so. On 68 minutes, we still only had 2 touches in the opposition box. We still only had 2 shots and then 0 shots. And it didn't really, like you said, Jim, it didn't really get busy. Better than that. If anything, it got worse. But like I say, it's worse than that. Wayne, I'm just going down. Look, we bought on Monga. We bought on Page. I mean, look, we know how you feel about Monga, but he is not the Monga that we saw at the start of the season, is he?
No, it's not. And to be honest, Chris, it's like with the wingers. So Abdul scored that wonder goal, but I think our winger situation is dire. When you look at a lot of...
He's retired, hasn't he?
Sorry?
Kieran Dyer. He's retired, hasn't he?
Hey, I'll tell you what... God. Chris, let us know when you're going to do one of those super corny jokes. We'll get the drum roll ready.
I have one for my radio show.
Oh dear. No, I think this. I made a note. The shittest display from our wingers this season. They were just completely. And like Clibbo said about Silko Thomas, I really do rate Silko Thomas, but that guy was given all today.
Yeah.
He is really fast. He's so, sometimes he'll be in the number 9 position, then he'll be on the left wing, then he'll be on the right wing. He works so hard. He works as hard as Dakar, and he just needs some service, and that's on the wingers. I'm sorry. The wingers were atrocious this game. Atrocious.
I have actually got, when I tell a joke, I've got the perfect sound effect for it. It's there, ready to use.
Yeah, they're not funny for proper laugh. They're just a round of applause, gentle.
Hey, take anything.
Have you got a tumbleweed sound, Chris? You got one tumbleweed sound?
I have got this one.
No, God, please, no! 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 God, please, no! No! No!
So there's always that one. Tom, 87 minutes, 3-0. Like I said, Thomas and Monga not picking up the guy, O'Hare, for a cross, and it went into the goal. It's been 18 years. Just think about this. It's been 18 years since the last time Sheffield United beat us at their ground. And it was also the same year that they did the double. And in the win at their ground, they also beat us 3-0.
Wow. Fascinating, isn't it? It shows you how the mighty have fallen.
Well, exactly. Finally, Jim, Jordan James with an assist from AU. Fair play to him. It was a deflected goal, but we pulled one back. You remember a while ago I said I've never celebrated a Leicester goal less. I forget what game it was. I think it might have been the first goal in this other game earlier on in the season. Yeah. We now have celebrated a goal less than that one, and that was this one. And I think I could probably say the same about James. Oh my God, I'm Jordan James.
JJ, just say JJ.
Say JJ, because he scored, and he could look at his face when the camera went in. It was like, wasn't it?
Disgusted. He was disgusted at the way his team had played. Like I told you earlier, the way he dribbled down the center of the field, lost the ball, and then luckily got that ball back from IU or whoever, and then he just put it away. But yeah, he was disgusted, and I liked that. I liked seeing that disgust. Well, yeah, not in the big scope of things, but
Richard says here, Fatu, one trick pony, 100%, mate, 100%. I'm going to ask you all three. I'm going to start with Tom. If an offer comes in for Fatu in the January transfer window, A, Wayne's thinking he's on the bloody questions he's asking again. Is it A, do you accept it? And B, what is the minimum you would accept for him?
I'm going to say no at the moment, because I kind of think, look, if you look at the way the games have gone recently, the Ipswich game, for example, would we have won that without a wonder goal from Fatu? Probably not. It was similar to this game, how it was unfolding, right? For me, it would take a big offer. And I think ultimately clubs aren't seeing him every game. They're seeing the best bits of him. They're seeing the 70-yard goals. I still think you could, in the modern climate, go 50 million quid. Honestly, I think you can, even though there's a lot of work to do. So I'd say no at the moment until we're at that level, 50 plus.
Right, so you would say Fatu, no sale, and 50 million quid you would actually...
Yeah, but I'm a harsh businessman. I really am, yeah. So
No. That was the choice. Jim?
I would say yes, if you knew you had someone you could play in that position, whether it be a youngster coming in or moving someone else to another position. So I would say yes, if you know that. If it just completely cripples us even worse, no. And I know that's not the answer you wanted, because it was kind of a yes and a no.
It's very much
I would say yes if you had a player that you can put in that position, yes. How much? I'm not the football manager. Ask that guy up there. He knows it.
That's a cop-out. I want an amount. If said to you, right? I mean, we haven't got the position of necessarily having a replacement, but obviously, if we get enough money, we might be able to go out and get a replacement or an up and coming, a couple of up and comings. So, all right, then you said yes, you would sell him if an offer came in. 10 million.
20 million.
20 million. You take 20 million.
Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, like I say, there is no right or wrong answer.
Right.
There is always a Wayne answer, and I have a feeling we're going to get one of these now, which is why I've left him till the end. Wayne, love you, bro, love you. Wayne, would you sell him if we got an offer, and how much would it tempt you to be?
Yes, I would, because I don't think he'll develop in this. I think he needs to go to Prem to develop. And I think they will sort his attitudes out. And I think it's interesting. So Tom said 50 in typical FM manager mode. Love it, Tom. But yeah, I think 50s. I think if he had a great rest of the season and he added some goals to it, because he's got a good number of assists, I'd say currently 30. If he can add half a dozen goals this season.
Well, no, he's going in January. This is January, so he's going to be.
January. Yeah, I'd say 30, Chris.
Right.
Yeah, 30. That's all he's worth.
Okay, so I was asked this. I think it was by Jack from the Final Whistle. He rang me the other morning. We were having a bit of a natter, and we discussed this. And he asked me this question, and I am going to have to say that we have got, and I'm just trying to find it now, one of these.
Football friend.
Because I totally agree with one of you. And that is you, Wayne. Because if we got an offer in for him, yes, I would accept it in Jan. I know. I'm still pissed, mate. I'm using that as an excuse. And I would also say 30 million. Yeah, I think 30 million. I think he's a one-trick pony. Will one wonder goal every 6 or 7 games keep us up? No. Will him learning to pass the ball as he did for Dakova Reed's goal? Yes. But he's not doing enough of that he did for Dakova Reed's goal, to be honest with you. So, yeah, if we get 30 million, cash him in, and let's go and get a couple of youngsters that we can develop. Right, just to go through some facts and then we'll wind it up. We actually improved in the second half because our possession went up from 40% to 43.8%. So there's an improvement. Our XG went up from 0.02 to 0.15. Wow, there's an improvement. Although I have to say that Sheffield United's was 2.42 because we went up from 1 shot in the first half and we actually had 5 more in the second half and we got 6. Shots on target, that went up as well because we didn't have 1 fucking shot on target in the first 45 minutes. In the second half, we got 1 on target.
Woo-hoo.
I know. And touches in the opposition box. You touched on that before, no pun intended. We had 2 in the first half. We ended up on 12, which sounds, what an improvement, 5-fold improvement or whatever. Sheffield United had 34 in our box. Says it all. I mean, I know I've said this before, but that was like watching a Root team out there today. A few times we actually got over our onto their side. Now,
you mentioned about the consecutive games without a clean sheet, and when you mentioned that statistic, that did remind me of the consecutive games without scoring a goal.
Oh yes. I mean, Claudio sorted it out, and you know what? He dropped a defender, didn't he? Do you remember? And changed his back 4, and then suddenly. We started keeping clean sheets. So in fact, we went on. I think we won more games by 1-0 than any other team that season. Mm-hmm. But I am going to start and I'll start this off because it's my channel, so I will do. And I've already, only because I've already said it, I'm going to give a donkey of the game out tonight because it's Ricardo. Ricardo, do us a favour, 2 words, fuck off. Tom, have you got a donkey?
Well, I mean, you could put Ricardo. I might as well put Luke Thomas up there. I mean, that second goal, the way like he managed to keep the ball in play while trying to clear it, and then managed to be shrugged off by a bloke that was half his size, and then just got completely put. Oh yeah, Luke Thomas and his passing. I tell you what, his passing today was. To say it was Sunday League is being not unfair to Sunday League players who have played with a lot worse hangovers and played better than that.
Fair point. Fair point. I would still have Ricardo over Thomas, but there we go. Wayne.
Yeah, I think Thomas. That I made no Keystone Cops. That goal. I mean, right from the touch line, he could have dealt with it there, didn't. Then he thought he got his body in between the defender and the goal. He didn't. He just thinking, and then Thomas's reaction when the goal went in, he knew he cocked up, and they're the sort of things that games turn on moments like that. And that when people say football, sport's a cruel thing, it's not. It's just they're just pivotal moments. If you get them right, great. If you get them wrong, it's holy shit.
Gray, you can't go on about Winks having a donkey. He didn't even turn up today. He wasn't even on the bus. Okay. But yeah, I agree with the sentiment of what you're saying. Jim.
Well, I wrote down the good and the bad for each half, and certainly Ricky P was in both. And I'm a big Thomas fan. I still think going forward we need to have him, but he was on both. First and second. So I think they both. I don't want to agree with you, Chris, so I won't go with Ricky P. Although between you and I, nobody's listening. He's done. Thomas.
I'm taking that as a Ricardo then.
No, actually, it's Marty and the coaching staff because they weren't prepared.
Yeah, fair enough.
They weren't prepared. They weren't prepared, and they didn't make the appropriate changes there.
That is a very good shout, actually, Jim. Mm-hmm. Oh, God, that hurt. Right. Performance. I'm tempted to say 1 because they managed to find the way onto the coach to get there. And I mean, that's something for this team, isn't it? Let's be honest with you.
I wish we'd gone to the wrong Wednesday. We'd only lost 3-0 by forfetting. Yeah. I'm joking. We lost 3-1.
The blue coach over there. No, it's not. It's a pickup truck. Oh, that must be ours then. But I'm going to have to do this. I can't even give them a 1. There was nothing in that performance. There's nothing I can sit now. And if you said, what was the benefit? What was, well, all right, the youngsters. I'm going to give them 1 for the youngsters. Let me put it that way. I've got to say, Neil just sort of made a good point there. Yeah, I'm going to give the whole thing 1 because the youngsters at least showed the others how to do it. Tom?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can completely agree, Chris. I've gone for a 1 as well. I think, once again, it's really frustrating to see that once we were 2-0 down, we might as well start playing now with a few positive changes, a few more younger legs. And yeah, so no, it's only a 1 today. They got 1 goal, but they were terrible for 70% of this, weren't they?
Yeah. Wayne?
Yeah, 1. I just think Marty set us up to lose there, and I think, yeah, it's just that's a lack of what is coming in this game of 90 minutes. Because obviously, when he made the changes, it did improve, and that's his job. That he's paid a lot of money, and that's his remit to inspire people to choose the right formation and to come up with solutions against a team that he knows them well. He knows them well. So yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully that was Bev. You were.
No, it was my grandkids. They just got here, and I'm just looking forward to getting my chance to be a football friend. Okay,
You did say earlier, if you need to shoot off, we are coming to an end.
No, we're good. We're at the end. I had a 0 for this team until the young guys came in at the end. I liked the way Louis Page played, and I also liked JJ's determination in the goal. So I gave him a 1. So that puts us all in that same ballpark we are.
Oh, football friend.
In fairness to Alan, his official results are in, and I can announce. I feel like, I wonder if Alan wants to do Strictly Come Dancing next year. He gave them 2.
Wow, that's double what we gave them.
Yeah.
Yes.
He can be wrong.
Yes, he can. He can. But I do, in fairness, I've only twice in 7 years have I overruled Alan. Might be a third today. I don't know yet. We're going up to man of the match. I'm struggling. I really am struggling looking at this as to who I'm going to pick.
It's like asking what's the prettiest litter you can find on the floor, isn't it?
Yes.
It's really difficult.
It is. And I think, look, the youngsters did okay when they came on, but do they deserve man of the match? Probably not, in fairness. I don't think they did enough that were outstanding. James scored the goal. Did he deserve man of the match? I'm not one of these that gives it to a player just because they scored a goal. I am going to go, not for the first time, I'm going to go for no one.
I'm not surprised.
Well, I tell you what, I'm actually going to give it to the coach driver for getting them to the ground. At least he doesn't lose his bloody way, does he?
Well, can you tell them where the goal is next time? That'll be helpful as well.
Has anybody seen, and it is an old one, I think it's from Germany, and a team that wasn't scoring a lot of goals, and they all got different coloured arrows. Yeah, and they were running alongside, but then they swap it round and run back. That is a classic. That is a classic.
We're literally at that point as a football club ourselves right now, guys. King Power, make it happen. Let's do it.
Yeah. Nelson Okoli, guess over the 90. I can't give it to them, and I gave it to Nelson for the last game. Tom?
I'm going to go for Louis Page because there was no one you could give it to in the first half. There was very, very few people you can give it to for 70 minutes, but I'll give it to the one guy that came on and looked like he was willing to be brave and play forward passes. Every time he got the ball, Chris, he tried to play forward. He was the only player today who tried to even
Are we
think
saying then, are we going to have a new award, player of the half match?
Yeah. I'm literally going to give it for a half match today, Chris, because also I wanted to highlight the fact that we literally were that bad that I'm going to give it to someone for literally 20 minutes.
That's fine. Somebody said Page in the chat as well. I won't argue with you. We all have different criteria. Wayne, you give it to Mongo. I'm going to come round there.
No, Page, I think you look at, when you watch Page, I agree with Tom, when you watch Page and just watched him, the way he drifted in space, intelligence, he's so mobile around the pitch. He's really mobile around the pitch. He punches those diagonal forward passes. His first thought is pass it forward. If there's no options, then either run with the ball. He's the future of Leicester midfield, probably number 10. Nelson struggled this week, but who wouldn't in such a shit side? So Page, I think what Kingy said about him, and I hope he gets a chance to play.
Well, I think, like I say, for me, I'd be sending Ramsey back because, like I say, I don't think we should be paying him because he's on loan. And when he's not going to get that many games, let's be honest with you. So let's just call it quits. And if he does get fit, and we know he's good when he's fit, how many games we're going to get out of him now? So let's stick with Dakova, Reed, and Page as the two options. I think. Jim.
Well, I had before you asked, I had JJ and I had Paige down as the two, if either one. You already told me you shouldn't name the goal scorer.
No. I'm saying I don't do that. You are more than welcome to do
it. But he did not mark in front of his own goal for one of the early goals. So I'll take that away from him. I don't really want to hear the football friends thing again, so I'm not going to go Paige. So I started thinking, who's the only person that we have not talked negatively about, either on the broadcast or in a post-match? And I would say Okoli. He's the only one that none of us has said anything negative about. In the match, I don't remember him not marking. No, don't get me wrong. He was part of a defense that gave up 3 goals. But I would just say Okoli, and I'm hoping his athleticism and experience continues to be gained, like you said about Louis Page. So, final answer.
I do apologise. I wrote Stolarczyk down then because I thought you said our goalie. You said Okoli.
Oh, boy. You did too.
I've written it down there, Stolarczyk.
You need to go hair of the dog. We need to clear that.
I tell you what, I was going to say, seriously, Jim, I've got about 3 or 4 pages on Stolarczyk here. I just couldn't be arsed, But Okoli, yeah, exactly, Jim. Oh, Wayne, I mean. Right. The official one was, this is his exact words. Another poor display, never in the game, and difficult to say anyone deserves man of the match. But I'll give it to James. We need another 10 players with his passion. So I'll take a. We both think nobody should have it, but he has gone for James in the end. Jim, have you got a few things that you've noticed from? I don't need to.
Actually, I do.
And, I thought you might. Things that Jim has learned.
I just have something. Actually, I had something written down, and I think Gray might have said it during the chat. New year, same old Leicester. I like that.
Yeah.
Also, once again, we found out Chris was online at half. You weren't watering the plants. Online at half, booking a one-way flight to Lanzarote. No return site. You were so disgusted
to start funding me.
You were so disgusted at halftime. You went straight past the watering of the plants and booked you a flight. But what just came across when you were asking about the ratings, newsflash, Chris and LTID will drop all coverage of Leicester City men's team and will exclusively cover all Leicester women's team matches because Chris believes that the women's game's the way to go, and he's going to have all women co-presenters. There you go.
I have to say that is not a bad idea. And at one point...
And you're going to force us to wear the wigs.
Oh, yeah. But no, before you joined us, Jim, we did actually experiment with following the women's game. And I did actually have a not Kate, but another female co-host. But it kind of disappeared. And Brad is a big follower of the women's game as well. The problem with that is that he's just discovered women. And a bit late in that, but he's just discovered women. Jess. And him and Jess are loved up, and I'm very, very happy for him because he used to be on a lot last year, and he was with me at the very, very first show we did, which was a watch-along for a Blackburn pre-season friendly being played at Seagrave. So he was with me from day one, and he's still with me now. Love him to bits. But I want him to have time, obviously with Jess and what have you, because before when he was up in Manchester, he hadn't got a job and got a girlfriend. So I'm really, really chuffed to see him. So, and yes, I will always do try and always do women's watch-alongs for England because they are a lot more exciting than the men. So, Jim, if you want to come on and start commentating doing watch-alongs to the women.
No.
It's big in America. You actually are very decent at football when it comes to the women.
Well, excuse me. I think they're more than decent. If you look at all the World Cups the U.S. have won in women's football, it's definitely. And we're proud. Listen, remember, I still pull for all England men's and women's teams. And the women are really good. This women's squad is really good. But no.
Hang on. You pull, and let me just get this right here. I'm going to quote you here. You pull for women's football teams.
Let me try to translate.
Bev know about this.
No, it's not like it's not like pulling a wank like you do in the brothels. It's not one of those. Okay, I think my dinner's ready. I think I'm going to.
Please tell me your grandchildren aren't there.
They're gone.
Grandma. I've what's a wank? I've just heard Grandad say it on screen.
They said, "Papa, that dirty old man's in the left corner, and we're going to go inside till your show's over." I said, "Okay."
Anyway, look, guys, happy New Year. Thank you so very much for joining us, Wayne. And I'll have a quick one with you. All the best to all your family, Jim. I know you're having a family meal. Wish them all Happy New Year from me. And, let's raise I'm going to need another one of these in a minute.
Cheers, lads.
Love you guys. Happy New Year.
Isn't it nice to have a laugh after the crap game of football?
I didn't used to drink till I started supporting Leicester.
I just sat envisioning us all as women when you were talking about the other dimension where there's all women hosts, and I was like, in another world somewhere, there's a Leicester City and we're all women.
Do not give Chris any ideas. With this AI, we're in deep trouble now.
Chris, you've got the Woot Phase week. Get a dress, mate. We're halfway there, isn't it?
I can carry a dress off, I'll have you know.
I bet, mate.
In fact, totally honest, and I want to say thank you to everybody who's been in the chat. Really do appreciate it. Everyone have a good New Year. We're back at 6:00 tomorrow, and I am actually, because I have done this show in my ex-wife's stockings, and I'm going to rip them off after this because they're not half making me leg itch. On that note, goodbye everybody. See you tomorrow at 6:00. Bye bye.